Hello, my name is Catherine. We are here at the Summer Games Powerlifting Competition 2026. We are so sorry for the delay, but we're going to cut right into it. We have Cameron Gaines doing a 20 kilogram bench right now. That was that was not a good lift. There can be multiple reasons why the lifter gets a no lift. It can be either his butt came up, if he did not listen to the commands. For bench, there are three commands. There are start, press, and rack. So the lifter does need to make sure that they do meet all of those commands as the head judge is giving it to them. So now we are coming up on Aiden Fremming. He is doing 32.5 kilograms. Alrighty, the bar is loaded for Aiden Fremming. He is coming out again. He is doing 32.5 kilograms. We are getting Aiden situated, and here we go. Alrighty, so this was a no lift again because he did not wait for that start command. You do have to wait for the start command from the head judge. That is a big thing in powerlifting. You do need to hold the bar, wait for the start command, go down, hold it on your chest, wait for the press command, and then wait for the rack command. This way, the judges can see that you're controlling the weight. That is something that can get a lot of lifters is not listening to the commands. There are multiple different commands. Bench has three commands, squat has two, and deadlift has one. We've got David Rodriguez. He's doing a 35 kilogram bench. Alrighty, David got that lift off. We are waiting for the start command. And it was a good lift. He got all the commands and the lift. We've got Brian S4 coming next with 37.5 kilograms. And again, we are on bench. Alrighty, for the bench, what you want to do is you want to make sure your eyes are aligned with the bar. That way you have enough room to take the bar off of the rack, give you enough room to then press onto your chest and then again up and rack it again. So bench press has again 3 commands. You're waiting for those commands from the head judge, and then you do have 2 judges on the side. They are again looking for shifting feet. They're looking for if your butt comes off the platform of the bench, um, which it looks like Brian got 3 white lights. When you are doing a powerlifting meet, the white lights are how we judge. So you again have 3 judges. You have the head judge and then your 2 side judges. 3 white lights means it was a good lift. You can also get 2 white lights and 1 red light, and that would still be considered a good lift. 3 red lights would be no lift, and so the competitor has the chance to do that same weight again, or if they're feeling a little frisky and they want to go up a little bit, they can always do a different weight the next time. But in powerlifting, if you don't make the lift, you cannot go back down in weight. You do have to at least go up by the 2.5 kilogram, I think it is. So we've got Colby Brown coming in doing the same weight. There we go. We got Colby. Let's see. So he did get 2 white lights and 1 red light. So that is a good lift. When he comes out next, he'll want to talk to his either head judge or side judge to figure out what the red light was for. Usually the coaches will go to the head judge or side judges to figure out where that red light comes from. That way they can figure out for the next lift to not do it again. We have Austin Mayhall coming up, 47.5 kilograms on the bench press. Here he comes out. He's looking real snazzy with his singlet and shorts. Powerlifters are required to wear a singlet when they are on the platform. This way, they are not wearing any supportive gear. There is a section of powerlifting that is equipped, which you can definitely do. But in this powerlifting, this is just raw powerlifting. So either sleeves or no sleeves. Nothing on the elbows for bench either. Again, you are required to wear a singlet for the bench press and for the squat. For safety, you are meant to wear a shirt underneath your singlet just to keep everybody safe, especially for squat. You don't want that bar, rubbing against your back. But here comes Austin. He is going to start his bench press where you're getting him set up. Here he goes. Beautiful bench press. Listen to all the commands. Mr. Austin got 3 white lights. He did an amazing job. We've got Jason Kearns coming up with 50 kilograms. Excuse me. Alrighty. Let's see, Jason. Alrighty, he is getting set up for his bench press. If you notice on his wrist, he has these wrist wraps. For the bench press, you are allowed to wear wrist wraps. So what the wrist wraps do is they can protect your wrist, especially when you're doing some big weight like these lifters are. You definitely want to make sure you're wearing your wrist wraps to protect your wrist from falling backwards or, getting hurt. It's the same thing as a belt for squat or deadlift. But again, there are certain things that you are allowed to wear for these lifts, and there's certain things you are not. So let's see. And again, that was a beautiful lift by Jason. He's got all 3 white lights. We've got Hamilton Lucas coming through with 52.5 kilograms on the bench press. And look at all these amazing volunteers who are helping out. They are our spotters, so they are here to keep our athletes safe. They are here to watch for the athlete if the athlete is unable to complete the lift. They're here to keep them safe and, of course, change the weights on there. So here comes Hamilton. He is coming down. Mr. Hamilton is getting set up on the bench. Just want to make sure we don't bonk our heads. That is not fun to bonk your head on a very, very hefty metal bar. $52.5 kilograms is about 115 pounds. So Mr. Hamilton is benching 115 right now. Alrighty, Mr. Hamilton has it in control, waiting for that press command. And he got it. So it looks like he's got 3 white lights. Again, he got that. He has to control the bench coming down. If there is any wiggling or if one arm comes up more than the other, that would be considered a no lift. So he did a great job. Nick is next. He is coming in with 60 kilograms on the bar. You always need a pep talk from your coach. Look at him go. Let's go, Mr. Nick. He is going up there confidently. He owns this gym. He is going to take this 60 kilograms. Every lifter has their own ritual, which is always kind of cool to see. I know I love seeing rituals when I'm doing my own lifting and doing my own powerlifting meets. The rituals are my opinion, the most important part. It gets you set up, it gets your mind right, which is amazing that all athletes have their own kind of ritual right before they lift the heavy weights. That was a beautiful bench. It looks like Mr. Nick got 3 white lights. So he will go up in his next lift. So again, you do have to go up. If you miss your lift, you cannot go back down. You either have to do the same weight or you have to go up. Most people will end up either doing the same weight if they miss their lift, or they will, if you're feeling a little frisky, if you knew why you didn't make that bench, you may want to try to go up to get a better dots calculation, but it just depends on the lifter. We've got Quentin coming up doing 70 kilograms. He is walking very confidently up to the platform. He said he knows he's got this 70 kilogram bench. He's got this. He is ready to go. Perfect. That was a beautiful bench. And I think he got 3 white lights. We are just waiting for it to come through. All right, we are back up at the top with Cameron Gaines. He is our first lifter of session 1, flight B. He is coming back in with the 20 kilogram bench press. Again, he did not get his first one. That is something that you can retry. You can either do the same lift, the same weights for your lift, or you can go up. But again, you cannot go down once you've missed the lift. Alrighty, Cameron's coming out. Alrighty, it looks like he is ready. He is getting a lift off. All right, he's going, he's going, he's pressing, he's pressing. He's got it. Beautiful. All right, but it does look like he did miss that lift. He will talk to the head coach or the side coaches. Remember, you cannot do a downward motion and then an upward motion. So there cannot be on the bench press. You do want to make sure that it is one fell swoop. So you take it off the rack, press it, bring it down to your chest, hold, wait for the press command, and then you do want to make sure you're continuing to go up after that press command. You cannot go up and then back down. That would be a red dot. So you do want to make sure it's one consistent movement, continuing to go up. Alrighty, we've got Aiden coming in at 32.5 kilograms on the bar. One of the things with bench press is that you do want to make sure your elbows are locked out. That is the only way you will get the start command is if your elbows are locked out. That is another big one that the head judge is looking for is to make sure that your elbows are locked out. Unfortunately, Aiden did not get that lift. Again, his elbows were not locked out. He did do that forward, downward motion, then upward motion, which is categorized as a no lift. We've got David Rodriguez coming back in. He is doing 40 kilograms on the bench press. He is ready to go. Pep talk from his coach. Everybody needs a pep talk before you come out to do some big weight. I know I love having my pep talks with my coach Johan. So here comes David. He is getting set up on the bench. Again, this is a 40 kilogram bench, which is about 88 pounds. In powerlifting, we do everything by kilogram. So to convert that, you would take 40 times 2.2. I unfortunately do not know my conversions very well, and I use a calculator. All right, David, let's see what we've got here. He's getting his stuff set up. All right, it looks like we are just fixing the weight. That can happen sometimes. We just want to make sure the weight is correct for the lifter. Which again, shout out to our volunteers who are making sure that the weight is correct and keeping our lifter safe. That is obviously the number one priority is safety, which is why we do have all of the safety volunteers around our lifters. All right, David, down. And he got the press command and he got 3 white lights. We've got Colby Brown coming next, 42.5 kilograms on the bench press. He is coming out. He is ready to go. One of the things with bench press that you want to practice if you ever want to get into powerlifting, which I suggest everybody should, it's amazing. You want to make sure you are practicing those commands um, as far out as you would like to. I know we start practicing those commands about 8 weeks out because we want to make sure those commands are drilled into our brain. The commands are what can make and break your lift. But here comes Colby. He is getting set up for his 42.5 kilogram bench press. He looks confident. He is ready to go. He's got the press command, he got the rack command, and it looks like he got 3 white lights. Good job, Colby. If you notice, Colby has these blocks that are underneath his feet. We want to make sure everybody has a chance to be able to be solid on the ground. So if you do have shorter legs, you are able to put a request in to have just some blocks underneath you so that you are solid on the ground because you don't want your feet moving. So we've got Brian coming out. He is coming out with 45 kilograms on the bench press. Mr. Brian is getting set up. Again, he's got those wrist wraps on to protect his wrist when we're doing heavy benching. And that was a good lift. He's got 3 white lights for Mr. Brian. Alrighty, Austin Mayhall is coming in. He is doing 50 kilograms on the bench press. He looks like he is ready to go. Beautiful from Austin. He's got 3 white lights. So let's see who we've got next. We've got Jason Kearns coming in. He is coming in at 55 kilograms on the bench press. Jason's coming out. He is ready to go. He is excited. He is getting pumped up. He is telling the crowd, I need some serious pumping up, guys. Look at our wonderful spotters. They are ready to go. Again, safety is key. You want to make sure you have great spotters who know what they're doing to protect our lifters. That is the most important part. Alrighty, so it looks like for Jason, it was a no lift. What can happen with a no lift is, again, he probably jumped the rack command. When you jump the rack command, that shows that you weren't, you weren't listening or you just didn't hear it. One of the things that you want to make sure you're doing is listening for your commands. So again, for bench press, you have 3 commands. You have start, press, and rack. If you miss any of those commands, it is a red light. So we've got Hamilton coming out. He is ready to go. He is doing 57.5 kilograms on the bench press, which is about 126 pounds. Alrighty, Hamilton, let's see. Perfect. All right, so it does look like Hamilton got 2 reds and 1 white, which again does mean no lift. So he's going to check with his side judge and his head judge to see what brought out those 2 red lights. All right, we've got Nick Seidel coming out. He is excited. He's got the crowd going. A little pep talk with his coach. He knows he's got this. The bar is loaded for Nick. He is coming out. All right, Nick has 67.5 kilograms on the bar. Which is about 148 pounds. All right. Got the press command, got the rack command. Mr. Nick's got 3 white lights for 67.5 kilograms. Look at that. That is a beautiful celebration. We love it. And a big hug to his coach. Always thank your coaches. All right, our spotters and loaders are putting on 80 kilograms on the bench for Quentin. We've got Quentin coming up on the platform. He is ready to go. He said, I got this 80 kilogram bench. He is getting himself ready. Alrighty, he's got it set up. He's got the press command, and he's got the rack command. That is 3 white lights for Mr. Quentin. And we are back up to the first lifter of session 1, flight B, Cameron Gaines. He is coming up in just a moment. The spotters and loaders are loading it back to 20 kilograms. Now, Cameron needs this to continue in the meet. Again, he does need at least one of the lifts to be able to continue. Alrighty, Cameron, he is coming out onto the platform. Alrighty, he is ready to go. Again, he's got to hold that bar up before the start command. Alrighty, he's getting a lift off. He's pressing, he's pressing, he's pressing. Come on, Cameron. Come on, keep going. Alrighty, it looks like Cameron did get 3 red lights, so he will talk to his coaches and his head judge and side judges. But next we've got Aiden Fremming. He's got 32.5 kilograms on the bench press. Cameron is so excited. We just had to get Cameron to hold off for just a moment. Lifters are not supposed to start walking out or get on the platform until head judge says that the bar is loaded. Again, this is more for safety. We don't want the lifters getting hurt if they get onto the platform too early, and we also want to make sure that the platform is actually ready for them. There are a couple things that you need to watch for bench press. You want to make sure that the height for the where your arms are and the bar height and where the safeties are. If you notice where Aiden is, these safeties are perfect. So heaven forbid that he ends up dropping it. It will not land on his neck. So that is what the safeties are for. So you do want to make sure that those are in the perfect range. So here comes Aiden. He is about to do his bench press, getting his elbows locked out. Alrighty, and unfortunately, Aiden did get 3 red lights. It's just because he did do that downward, upward motion. So that is a 3 red lights. We are now on to David Rodriguez. David's had a amazing morning so far. He has gone from 35 kilograms to 40, and now he is doing 42.5 so far. Let's see what David does. Alrighty, David is up on the platform. We are getting him set up for his bench press. This is bench 3, so this is his 3rd attempt. Your 3rd attempt should be something that you think you can do, which is also very heavy. So your first attempt usually should be something that you know you can do. You always want to make sure your first attempt is on the lighter side. That way you are in the meat. Your second attempt should be a little bit higher. Again, something you think you can do, but a little bit on the heavier side. Your third attempt should be the heaviest of the day. That is something that we want to call sometimes like a Hail Mary. Here comes David. And he got 3 white lights. Look at him go. So far, he is 3 out of 9. Alrighty, we've got Brian coming up after Colby. Colby is doing 47.5 kilograms on the bench press. He is ready to go. Alrighty, Colby, he is coming out now. He is getting himself set up, getting his feet flat on the floor, getting his arms ready. Want to make sure you lock in those lats. Get your shoulders ready. Make sure your hands are gripping onto the bar. Here we go. Perfect. It does look like Colby got 1 red light. He'll talk to his head judge, or his coach will talk to the head judge to try to see where that red light came from. However, that is still a good lift. Again, 3 white lights is a good lift. 2 white lights is a good lift. 2 reds is a no lift, or 3 reds is a no lift. Again, you want 2 or more white lights that'll give you that good lift. We've got Brian coming out, 52.5 kilograms on the bar. He has done an amazing job also this morning. He has done a really good job with his jumps. So he's gone from 32.5 to 45 to now 52.5. Again, when you do your jumps, you just want to make sure they are relatively safe jumps. You don't want to go anywhere too crazy, but you also want to make sure that your first lift is one that you definitely can do. That way you are still in the meet. All right, Brian, let's see it. All righty. So it looks like Brian did get 3 red lights for that. So it's because his arm came down. He did not control the bar, so it came down at an angle. So both arms need to come up at the same time. You can't really come at an angle. That is considered 3 white lights. So now we've got Austin. He's coming through 52.5 kilograms. Beautiful. Same thing with Austin. He did come up at an angle, so one arm was lower than the other. In the bench press, you do want to make sure that both arms come up at the same time and that they are parallel. You don't want one coming up more than the other. That is a red light. We've got Jason coming in. He wants the crowd to get crazy. He is excited about his 57.5 kilograms on the bar. He's got this. And again, shout out to our spotters and loaders. They are keeping our lifters safe. And of course, our coaches. None of these lifters could do this without their amazing coaches. All right, Jason, it is time for 57.5 kilograms. Alrighty, Jason did a good job, but it is 3 red lights. He jumped the rack command. As I've said before, the rack command is part of the white lights. So if you jump the rack command, it does give you 3 red lights, which means no lift. However, Jason did a great job with his first bench, so he is good to go. We've got Hamilton coming in at 60 kilograms on the bench press. He is excited and ready to go. He is waiting for the bar to be loaded. All right, bar is loaded for Hamilton. He is coming out and he is very excited. Alrighty, Hamilton is good to go. He is waiting for that start command. He is getting a lift off, keeping his arms as straight as possible. Alrighty, good job, Hamilton. We are waiting for those dots to come up. Alrighty, so Hamilton was our last lifter of session 1 flight B. So we are now moving on to session, let's see. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. We've got Nick still coming out. He is doing 72.5 kilograms on the bench press. My apologies for that. He is ready to go. He is giving a thumbs up. He is waiting for the bar to be loaded. Again, shout out to our spotters and loaders. They've got a bunch to kind of make sure that they've got right. They want to make sure the weight is right on there. They want to make sure that the weights are secure, so that way when the lifter is lifting, it's not shifting. We also want to make sure that the safeties are in the right place and that the bar is the correct height. Safeties are super important. You don't want the lifter to end up having it drop on them. That would really hurt. And two, again, it's not safe. So those are what the safeties are for. Nick is coming out, 72.5 kilograms on the bar. We are getting him set up. There we go. Fist bump to his coach. Everybody loves a little fist bump. He is getting his ritual going. He is ready to go. Making sure that he is in the right place. Again, you want your eyes just under the bar. That gives you the best placement. So that way when you take the bar off the rack, you are in a good place to take it down to your chest and then of course press. Alrighty, Nick is getting his hands in place. Coach is helping him with that. He is ready to go. Some lifters will put chalk on their hands. I know I do for bench, is just keeping your hand on there. Beautiful press from Nick. And he got it. He got the rack command. He has 3 white lights for that 72.5 kilogram bench. We've got Quentin coming up. He is doing a big jump. He's going all the way to 90 kilograms. So Mr. Quentin went from 70 to 80, and now he's at 90 kilograms. 90 kilograms, 198 pounds, almost 200 pounds. He is doing pretty much a 200-pound bench. Let's see what Mr. Quentin does. All right, the bar is loaded for Quentin. He is coming out in just a moment. Here comes Quentin. He is coming out 90 kilograms. Again, that is 198 pounds on the bar. He is ready for this. He is getting a lift off, and here we go. Alrighty, so let's see. He is just starting over. There you go, Quentin. So that is 3 red lights. Once you take the bar off the rack, you are meant to start. So because he put it back and then started again, that unfortunately is a red light, but he did a great job anyways. So we are back to Mr. Hamilton. He is coming out with 60 kilograms on the bench press. Our wonderful spotters and loaders are getting the weight is correct and making sure those safety bars are in the correct place. You don't want the safeties too high because then the lifter will end up hitting the safeties, which can throw them off their game, or honestly, it can give them a red light. But you also don't want the safeties so low that, again, it does nothing. Our spotters and loaders are great, and they are there to keep us safe, but we always want to take extra precaution, especially with bench press, because it's coming over your face. It's coming on your chest. You don't want a bunch of weight, dropping on your chest. That would not be fun. So here comes Hamilton out. He is coming out for 60 kilograms on the bar. Here we go. Mr. Hamilton is getting ready. Alrighty, Mr. Hamilton is getting set up, keeping that bar up and elbows locked. There we go. Press and rack. He's got 3 white lights. Good job, Mr. Hamilton. Alrighty, guys, we are done with session 1. That was session 1 bench press. So all of the wonderful people who came out, these are our scores. This shows flight A and flight B. Again, the green means that they got the lift. The red means that it was a no lift. So these are our scores. We've got session 2 coming up in just a little bit. These scores will go into open powerlifting. So if you ever want to see anybody that you know who does powerlifting, you can go on to open powerlifting, look their name up, and you'll be able to see what they've done in any um, powerlifting meet ever. They date back to a long time ago, so you can even see some really cool lifters. I know my coach Johan is on there. I've gone back and seen what he's done. We've got Jen Thompson, who will be here tomorrow. You can go and see her on Open Powerlifting too. But we are getting ready for session 1 deadlifting, and we will start again with flight A. We've got Bevan, who will be coming out for deadlifts first, session 1 flight A. He's coming out to do a deadlift of 20 kilograms. With the deadlift, there is only one command. So the lifter comes out, they get their setup, whether it be conventional or sumo. They come out. Once they pick up the bar, you must lock out. So once the bar comes up, you have to wait for the head judge to give you the down command. Again, there is only one command, so that is down. Once you've hit the down command, you are done. The biggest thing on deadlifting is that you do want to make sure your hands are on the bar. So your hands can come off the bar at any time. Once you've gotten there, getting set up, pick it up off the ground, get that down command, you must keep your arms or hands on the bar. So deadlift's pretty simple, just one command. But we will see Bevan coming out in just a little bit once they're done setting up. The lifters in the back do need to make sure they have enough time to warm up. We don't want our lifters coming out cold. You want them warmed up so that they don't get hurt. But this is very exciting. We've got Bevan, Max will be next, and then Jessica. So we're going from 20 kilograms, 50 to 60. And then we'll have Jermaine end with our first deadlift session at 110 kilograms. Alrighty, we are back and the bar is loaded. We are at this point doing deadlifts. We've got Bevan starting with a 20-kilogram deadlift. And here she comes out. Let's see. So remember, for the deadlift, you only have one command. You've got to grab it, keep your hands on the deadlift, wait for the down command from your head judge, and then you're good to go. You want to make sure your hips, your knees, and your shoulders are locked out. There she goes. Amazing lockout. She got the down command, and she got 3 white lights. We've got Max coming up next. Alrighty, our spotters and loaders are putting 50 kilograms onto the bar for Max. We want to make sure that our safeties on the side are really packed in so that the weight on the bar does not move. So Max is going to be coming out in just a moment. They are just getting his deadlift ready. For the deadlift, you are required to wear your singlet. You can wear a shirt. For some people, they like to take their shirt off underneath their singlet. And you are required to wear deadlift socks. This is just to protect your shins because we don't want any shins getting all messed up on our deadlifts. And some lifters will wear a belt to help with their bracing, especially when you are doing a heavy deadlift. You just want to make sure your bracing is good. So here comes Max. He's coming out to do his 50-kilogram deadlift. He is coming out and getting ready. He is getting himself set up. Alrighty, here's Max. He is getting himself ready. He's getting ready to go down. For the deadlift, you can either do a double overhand or cross grip, or you can even do hook grip. He's got it up. He got the down command. 3 white lights for Mr. Max. We've got Jessica Martinez coming out with 60 kilograms for the bar. For the deadlift, again, you want to make sure your knees are locked out and your upper body, so your shoulders, your chest out. And again, you want to wait for that down command. For the deadlift, there is only one down command. Or sorry, there is only one command and it is down. Here comes Miss Jessica. Some of the lifters will have chalk on their hands. This is just to make sure that their hands are not sweaty and it has much more grip. For the deadlift, in powerlifting, you are not allowed to use straps. So you must have really good grip strength for the deadlift. So here comes Miss Jessica. She is coming out. She is getting ready. Look at her go, coming in at the sumo deadlift. She pulls. She gets the down command. Beautiful. 3 white lights for Jessica. So there are 2 types of deadlifts. You can either do conventional, which is where your feet are aligned with your shoulders. You would use the grip on the outside of your legs. And then you also have sumo, where your legs are spread out and then your hands are on the inside of your legs. Everybody is different. It really depends on what is stronger for you. We've got Michael coming out for his 65-kilogram deadlift. He's got his belt on. He's got his deadlift socks on. He is ready to go. We want to make sure that that belt is on tightly because you want to make sure it helps with your bracing. Bracing is super important, especially in any of the lifts, but especially in deadlift and squat. You want to make sure that your bracing is really good. This can protect your back, protect your abs. Make sure you don't get anything pulled on your back, like any back muscles pulled or anything like that. So here comes Mr. Michael. He is coming up to do his 65-kilogram deadlift. He is getting himself set up. He looks great. He is ready to go. Coach says we are good. Alrighty, here comes Michael. He is pulling it. Let's go. Alrighty, for Michael, he did get 2 red lights. That is because he did a downward motion before the head judge said down. For deadlift, you must lock out your knees and your upper body. So your shoulders must be locked out, and your knees cannot be soft. So soft knees would be bended knees. You want to make sure that they are completely locked out, and you also want to make sure that you get that down command from your head judge. We've got Ethan coming out, Ethan Fisher with 87.5 kilograms on the bar. Heads up for Ethan. They are making sure that the bar is in the right place. You don't want the bar to be a little wonky. That can mess up a lifter. Ethan's got some snazzy yellow-orange deadlift socks on. Again, the deadlift socks are here to protect your shins from when you are grinding the deadlift bar up your shins. So here comes Ethan. He is ready to go. He is doing a conventional deadlift, and bam, he's got it. Beautiful deadlift, Ethan. 3 white lights. We've got Conrad coming up for his deadlift. Shout out to our spotters and loaders again for making sure that our lifters are safe. For the spotting and loading, you usually just have one spotter in the back just to protect our lifters from falling backwards. Sometimes when you put enough pressure on your head, especially in a deadlift, you can feel a little woozy afterwards. We just want to make sure our lifters are being safe, so we always have a spotter behind them, especially in the deadlift. Alrighty, Conrad is getting set up. His coach is helping him get him set up, making sure he's good to go. And here comes Conrad. He is ready. Beautiful lift by Conrad. And that was a good lift. 3 white lights for Mr. Conrad. We've got Joseph coming up. 100 kilograms on the deadlift bar. So that means that Mr. Joseph is opening with 220 pounds on the deadlift. Remember, your opener is what you want to make sure you're able to get. You want to make sure you get all your commands. Your opener should be something that you are confident that you can do. Your third attempt is something that you kind of want to make it a sort of like a Hail Mary, but something that you know you can do. Here comes Joseph. He is ready for his deadlift. All right, Mr. Joseph is doing a sumo deadlift. He is getting ready. Pull. Beautiful. And down. All right, Mr. Joseph did get 3 white lights with the deadlift. One of the things that you want to make sure you're doing is that you're hinging at the hips. That's where your glutes and your hamstrings are doing most of the work for this deadlift. So if you are hip hinging, you just want to make sure your hips come all the way through so that way everything is locked out. So Jermaine is coming up. He's doing 110 kilograms on the deadlift with an opener of 110. 110 kilograms is 242 pounds. Sorry, I do not know my kilogram conversions. So that was 242 pounds on the deadlift. We are back up to our session 1 flight A starter, which is Bevan. We've got 35 kilograms on the deadlift. We are getting our deadlift bar set up for Bevan. We've got this little handy dandy helper with the deadlift. It just makes it easier to put the weights on and off. That way somebody doesn't have to hold either end. It makes everybody's life easier. Here comes Miss Bevan out with her fancy dancy deadlift shoes and socks. Deadlift shoes are a little bit different than squat shoes. Some people don't even squat in specialty shoes or deadlift in specialty shoes. But the deadlift shoes are usually very, very, very flat because you want to be able to feel the floor when you're pushing down. So deadlift shoes are very different than squat shoes. Here Ms. Bevan comes. There they go. And beautiful 3 white lights for Bevan. We've got Max Hall coming up with 55 kilograms on the deadlift bar. We've got Max coming up. Jessica is next, and in the hole is Michael. We are about to see some really cool deadlifts coming up. Alrighty, the bar is loaded for Max. In just a moment, here it goes. All right, the bar is loaded for Max. We are getting him out here. He is ready to go. Alrighty, Max is getting ready. His coach is getting him ready. We're getting him set up. Pep talks from coaches are the best, especially at powerlifting meets. Powerlifting meets can be stressful. They can always be fun, but you know, you've worked really hard. You want to make sure you get your lifts. So a pep talk from a coach is always amazing. Here comes Max. He is ready to go. There Max goes. Alrighty, so thankful for that spotter behind him. He just wanted to make sure he was okay. But when you are doing the deadlift, you cannot move your feet. So unfortunately, that was a red light. So that was a no lift because he did move his feet. You want to make sure you are sedentary, not moving. It shows control of the bar and control of the weight. We've got Jessica coming up with 62.5 kilograms on the deadlift bar. Our spotters and loaders are getting those ready. Again, spotters and loaders are making sure that our lifters are safe, which is, of course, #1 in powerlifting, especially when you're moving around a bunch of weight like our lifters are doing today. She's got these really cool socks on. Again, you are required to wear deadlift socks for the deadlift. We want to protect your shins. It is not fun to have a metal bar grace upon your shins. It is not fun. So we do require that you wear deadlift socks. Here Miss Jessica goes. We are getting her set up. Again, she did do sumo the last time, so she will do sumo this time. She's got 62.5 kilograms on the deadlift bar. She is ready to go. She's got her ritual going. Here she goes. She's doing a double hand over the bar. Look at that. Beautiful. Got the down command. Miss Jessica got 3 white lights. Next, we've got Michael. He's got 70 kilograms on the deadlift bar. We've got our spotters and loaders loading up for Michael to put 70 kilograms on there. Again, with this, you are able to go up if you miss the lift the first time, but you cannot go down. So you just want to make sure that your first weight is something that you're able to do and that you're following the commands. The commands are the biggest part. I know a lot of lifters who will end up missing their lift, only not that they couldn't lift the weight, but because they weren't listening to the commands. So the commands are huge in powerlifting. Here comes Mr. Michael. He's coming out to do his 70 kilogram deadlift. We've got our spotters and loaders ready to help. Again, spotters are extremely important in the sport of powerlifting. We are moving around some big weight. We want to make sure we're safe. So that was what our spotters and loaders are for. Shout out to them because they keep all of our lifters safe. We want to make sure they don't fall. They want to make sure they don't get hurt. So that's why you see so many spotters and loaders. We just want to make sure that our lifters are safe. Pep talk from our coaches are always wanted. I love my pep talks from my coach Johan. Here comes Michael. He is ready to go. 70 kilograms on the bar. It's us. There we go, Michael. Beautiful. So he got 2 white lights and 1 red light, which means that is still a good lift. He is going to go talk to his head judge and figure out what that red light was for. Again, if you do get a red light, you want to make sure you talk to your judges, just in case you were unsure about what you did, just so that you know for next time. You still have another chance to get that deadlift for 3 white lights. So you always want to check with your coaches and your judges to see where that red light came from. We've got Ethan Fisher coming up, 97.5 kilograms on the deadlift bar. Our spotters and loaders are loading that up, making sure that the weights on there are super secure and not jiggling in any way. Ethan's getting ready to come out. We are waiting for the bar to be loaded. The bar is loaded. Our spotters and loaders are ready. Here, Mr. Ethan comes. He is ready to go. That was a beautiful deadlift. 3 white lights for Mr. Ethan. He is good to go. Joseph Carroll is coming out with 105 kilogram deadlift. That is 231 pounds on the bar. Bar is loaded for Joseph. He is coming out now. Here he comes. He is ready to go. Joseph is doing a sumo deadlift. Again, sumo deadlift is when your hands are inside your legs. It all depends on what's easier for the lifter. There he goes. Beautiful. Got the down command. 3 white lights for Joseph. There is no superior deadlift. You can do conventional or sumo. I do both. In competition, I do conventional because it's easier for me. But if you have super strong hips and you're able to do the sumo, that sometimes is preferred for people. I have a friend named Brittany, and she does sumo amazingly. So does Emily. But unfortunately, I have not mastered it yet. So here comes Conrad out, 110 kilograms. Here comes Conrad. He is coming out. The bar is loaded for him. He is ready to go. He did a jump from 90 kilograms to 110. Remember, you want your weights to make sense so that way you are able to get the lift, but you also want to go heavy enough so that way you're able to compete. All right, Conrad is getting ready. Nice. Look up. Hips. Beautiful for Conrad. For money lifters, when you are doing the deadlift, looking up or looking out rather than down works better. I know that works better for me. It just keeps everything in line. We've got Jermaine coming in with 120 kilograms on the bar. 120 kilograms is 264 pounds. He is coming in for his second deadlift at 264 pounds. Our spotters and loaders are getting that ready and getting that secure for him. Alrighty, the bar is loaded for Jermaine. They are getting that set up. Jermaine is coming out. He is ready for his deadlift. We are on session 1, flight A, deadlift number 2. This is Jermaine, one of our last lifters of session 1. And there he goes. Beautiful. And back down. That was an amazing lift. He's got 3 white lights for Jermaine. Let's see what he's going to do for his third deadlift. We are back at the top with Bevan with 42.5 kilograms on the bar. Our spotters and loaders are getting that set up for Ms. Bevan. Alrighty, the bar is loaded for Bevan. She's coming out with 42.5 kilograms on the deadlift for her last deadlift. So like I said before, your last deadlift should be a pretty heavy deadlift. You want to give it all you've got. Pep talk from a coach. Again, our coaches are amazing. We love our coaches. Here she goes. Up, 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 up. Alrighty, it looks like she did not lock out. So unfortunately, that is a no lift. For the deadlift, you want to make sure that you are locking out. For red lights, you can, if you are getting a red light, it can be for not locking out and not waiting for the deadlift, the down command for that. So you do want to make sure that you are locking out and waiting for that down command, or if the bar is slipping out of your hands, which if you'll notice some of our lifters have some chalk in their hands just to make it a little bit better and easier to hold onto the bar. Here comes Max. The bar is loaded for Max. It is at 65 kilograms. Now, Max did do a 10-kilogram jump, but it's not because he wasn't able to get the lift the last time. He just walked forward. So he definitely got the lift. We just got to make sure our feet are planted. That way we don't get a no lift. Alrighty, here's a pep talk from his coach. I'm a huge fan of pep talks. Our coaches are amazing. They do everything for us. They give us the confidence to do what we can do. Shout out to my coach, Johan. All right, here comes Max. He's coming in. There he goes. He's seated. He's seated. And he got the down command. 3 white lights for Max. That was a beautiful job, Max. That was great. Little fist bump there. Now we are coming on to Jessica Martinez. She is coming out with 67.5 kilograms on the bar. Our spotters and loaders are getting that set up for her. Alrighty, the bar is ready. Here comes Miss Jessica. She is coming out and she is getting ready to go. Alrighty, Miss Jessica, she is getting ready. She's about to pull. Shoulders back, pull, pull, pull. Beautiful. She got the down command. She got 3 white lights. That was beautiful. Next, we've got Michael Mullivan Hill. He is coming out with 80 kilograms on the deadlift bar. He got his 70 kilograms. Now he's gone up 10 kilograms for his last deadlift. The last deadlift is always, always, always important to calculate. Sometimes if those first 2 go really well, you just kind of want to go for it and see what you can do for your last deadlift. Use all your energy for that last deadlift. Alrighty, the bar is loaded for Michael. Alrighty, here comes Michael. We are getting him ready to do his deadlift. He is coming on up. He's got his belt on and his deadlift socks on and his deadlift shoes. His nickname is Tiger, which I think is really cool. Alrighty, little pep talk for Mr. Tiger, and he is ready to go. Pull, pull, pull. Alrighty, it looks like Mr. Michael did not get that lift. He did do a downward motion, and ended up putting the bar back down on the ground. So we are now on to Ethan Fisher. He is doing a 112.5 kilogram deadlift for his 3rd deadlift. He went from 97.5 to 112.5, which his deadlift is 247 pounds. Alrighty, here comes Mr. Ethan. He is ready to go. He's coming up ready. He's grabbing that bar. Lats are locked. He's ready. Beautiful. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Your legs have to be locked out, and you don't want to have soft knees. So you also want to make sure that you are not hitching onto your thighs or your knees. For the deadlift, you want it to be a smooth motion. There are different types of deadlifting. You can look at strongman. For strongman, you are allowed to hitch, so you are allowed to kind of bring it up your legs. You can have the bar go underneath you or even sit on your knees or your thighs. However, in powerlifting, it does need to be one smooth movement. So unfortunately, for Ethan, that was a no lift. We've got Conrad coming out. He is coming out to do 117.5 on the deadlift. Here he comes. He is ready to go. We are getting him set up. Alrighty, here comes Conrad. He's pulling, he's pulling, he's pulling. Oop. Alrighty. He did step forward. So that was a red light, but that is okay. That was a really good job. Really good attempt. Alrighty, we've got Joseph coming out with 122.5 kilograms. After Joseph, we've got Jermaine. He is our last lifter of Flight A. So this is Joseph. He's our second to last lifter. He is coming out with 122.5 kilogram deadlift. Our spotters and loaders have it ready for him. Here he comes. He is ready to go. Getting his shoulders warmed up. He is getting his sumo done. Beautiful. That is 3 white lights. He got the down command. 3 white lights for Joseph. So that's 122.5 kilogram. He ended his deadlifts with 265 pounds. All right, our last lifter of session 1, Flight A, is Jermaine Harden. He is ending his deadlifts with 135 kilograms, which comes out to 297 pounds. That is almost 300 pounds. He is getting this. He is confident. He has done such a good job today. Alrighty, Mr. Jermaine, the bar is ready. We are getting it fixed and getting it going for you. Perfect. Alrighty, Mr. Jermaine, he is ready to go. Again, this is 135 kilograms. This is almost 300 pounds. It is 197 pounds on the bar. Here he comes. Here's Mr. Jermaine. He is ready to go. There he goes. There he goes. Beautiful. Chest up. Knees locked. That is 3 white lights for Mr. Jermaine. All right. That was our last deadlift for session 1, flight A. We are now on to session 1, flight B. We're starting out with Cameron Gaines. He is starting with 45 kilograms on the bar. Alrighty, we have Cameron Gaines coming out. The bar is loaded. Oh, sorry, the bar is not loaded. Session 1, Flight A is going to be doing their award ceremony in the back of the gym so that Flight B can get started. So now the platform is ready for Cameron Gaines. He is starting out with his deadlifts with 45 kilograms on the bar. He is ready to go. He's got his belt on and his deadlift socks. He is good to go. Coach pep talk. And here we go. Beautiful. Got the down command. Look at that beautiful celebration. Beautiful Cameron. He's got 3 white lights. We are going on to Aiden Fremming. He is doing 47.5 kilograms on the deadlift. Our spotters and loaders have that, getting that going. Bar is loaded for Aiden. He is coming out. Again, for the deadlift, you do have to make sure that you have your singlet. You want to make sure you have your deadlift socks. Again, we don't want to mess up our beautiful shins, so we always want to make sure we're wearing our deadlift socks. It just protects our skin, protects us from getting any scrapes, which is never fun. So here comes Aiden. We're getting him set up for his deadlift. There he goes. Look at that. Beautiful for Aiden. He is good to go. That was 3 white lights. We have David Rodriguez coming out with 52.5 kilograms on the deadlift. Our spotters and loaders are getting that ready for him. Alrighty, the bar is loaded for David. He is coming out. He is very excited. He is running up to the deadlift bar. Coach is getting him all set up, making sure his feet are planted in the right place for him. Again, for conventional, you want them a little bit more shoulder width apart, and for sumo, they're going to be much wider. This just depends on the lifter. Every lifter is different. What's more comfortable for them? All right, David is good to go. Head judge is getting ready. There you go, David. That was beautiful. Chest up, knees straight, and back down. Remember, for the deadlift, you want to make sure that there is contact with the bar every time. If you let go of the bar before the down command, if you let go of the bar too quickly, it will be counted as a no lift. So we've got Colby Brown coming out with 60 kilograms on the bar. Bar is loaded for Colby. Alrighty, Mr. Colby, the bar is ready for you. He is getting all set up. He's telling his coach he is ready to go. Beautiful. He is all set up. Perfect. That was a beautiful deadlift straight up. And he did get that. So that's 3 white lights for Mr. Colby. We've got Brian next with 85 kilograms, then Austin, and then Jason. Our spotters and loaders are getting that set up. This is a lot of work. I've been a spotter slash loader in many powerlifting meets, and let me tell you, it is very tiring. So these spotters and loaders are amazing. They are helping us out a lot, making sure that the weights are correct and keeping our lifters safe. All right, the bar is loaded. It is ready for Brian. He is doing 85 kilograms on the deadlift bar. There he goes. Alrighty, for Brian, he did a good job, but unfortunately that one side did go down, which is counted as a downward motion before the down command. So unfortunately that was a no lift, but he'll come back and get it next time. Just make sure you talk to your coach or the judges to make sure that you know why you got the red lights. We've got Austin Mayhall coming out. He's got 87.5 kilograms on the bar. Awesome. That was a great deadlift from Austin. He did get one red light, so just make sure that you check in with your head coaches um, and make sure you check in with your head judge. Usually the lifter or the coach will go to the head judge. Just find out why there was a red light. It's always good to make sure that you know what the reasoning behind it is, just because you never know. You could think you were doing everything perfectly and then the head judge saw something, so it's always good to check. We've got Jason Kearns coming out. He is ready for the platform. He is coming out. He wants the crowd hype. He is ready to go for his first deadlift. He's coming out with 102.5 kilograms on there. That was a beautiful deadlift for Jason. 3 white lights. He got that down command. He got it perfectly. Quentin Sims is coming out in just a moment with 105 kilograms on the deadlift bar. Our spotters and loaders are getting that ready for him, making sure that the weights are perfect. All right, the bar is loaded for Quentin. If you'll notice, there is a timer up at the upper left corner. Every lifter has 1 minute to start their lift. So you can do whatever you need to do, but you do need to make sure you do it within that minute. As long as your hands are on the bar and the bar starts to lift up, by the time that timer is done, you are good to go. However, if it is after that timer, then you are unable to do the lift. It will be just counted as a no lift. He's got about 4 seconds. We are looking for him now. Alrighty, it looks like we are going to move on. Quentin was not ready in that 1 minute, so that is counted as a no lift, unfortunately. You do want to make sure that you are where you are supposed to be. That is the biggest part also with powerlifting. If you are not on the platform within that minute, that is not good because you won't be able to do your lift. So we've got Hamilton coming out. We've got 112.5 kilograms on the bar for him. He is coming out in just a moment. Bar is loaded for Hamilton. He is ready to go. He is getting himself set up with his coach, getting his feetsies in the right place. There he goes. And unfortunately, he did not lock out his knees or wait for the down command. So that is unfortunately a no lift, but that's okay. He'll come back and get it next time. Our last lift of the first deadlifts for session 1, flight B, is Nick. He is coming out with 115 kilograms on the deadlift bar. Again, this is our last lift for deadlift 1 for session 1, flight B. Our lifters have 2 more deadlifts to see what else they can do. Alrighty, that timer has started, so we are waiting for Nick to come out. Again, he has 1 minute to come out, get himself ready, and pick up the bar. You can use that entire minute to do what you need to do. The bar is loaded for Nick. He is coming out in just a moment. He is getting himself ready. His coach is helping him get his belt all situated. You want to make sure your belt is all good to go. Here he comes. He is running out to that platform. He is excited for his 115 kilogram deadlift. He's got some really cool deadlift socks. Again, you want to make sure you have your deadlift socks. You don't want to get your shins scratched up. So here he comes. He's got 12 seconds to pick up the bar, but I don't think it's going to be a problem. There we go. Right under the gun. He's got it. He's pulling. And remember, you have a whole minute to get yourself ready. So you can wait all up until the last 10 seconds and you will still be good to go. It looks like Nick got that. So he got 3 white lights for that 115 kilogram deadlift. We are back up to the top with Cameron Gaines. His next deadlift is 50 kilograms. They are getting the bar loaded for Cameron. Cameron is coming out to do a 50 kilogram deadlift. He did 45 before and got 3 white lights. So let's see what he's got for this 50. Again, for the deadlift, you do want to make sure you're listening for that down command. For the deadlift, you only have one commandment, so it is just the down command. And then you'll be good to go. All right, Cameron is getting set up. His coach is helping him. We love our coaches. And here he goes, chest up. All right, so unfortunately, he did get 2 red lights. There is a couple things that could have been there. He did not lock out his knees. That is a big one. So he is going to check, or his coach is going to check with our side judge and our head judge. Always check with your judges just to see what might have happened for why you got that red light. The next lifter is David Rodriguez. He's coming out with 55 kilograms on the deadlift bar. The bar is loaded for him. He is coming out. We are getting him set up in just a moment. Alrighty, David is getting ready to go. He's got the bar in his hands. Also, shout out to James. He just gave me a Monster Energy drink. Heck yeah, man. Alrighty, here comes David. Beautiful deadlift all the way up, chest out, knees locked. Perfect. 3 white lights for David. We are getting it ready for Aiden now. He's got 60 kilograms on the deadlift bar. He is coming up. He is ready to go. Coach is getting it set up for him. Beautiful lift by Aiden. Back down, got the down command, and that is 3 white lights for Aiden. We've got Colby Brown coming up next, 72.5 kilograms on the deadlift bar. Our spotters and loaders are getting that set up for him. We love our spotters and loaders. They keep our lifters safe, and they keep this meet moving and grooving. Also, shout out to our judges for coming in on a Saturday and helping us judge these deadlifts, squats, and bench. We could not do this without them. Alrighty, it is set up for Colby. We are having him come out for 72.5 kilograms on the deadlift bar. And again, our session one, flight A awards are going on in the background. All right, here's Colby. He's getting ready. He's telling his coach that he is ready for this. He's got this. He's ready to go. Beautiful lift by Colby. He got the down command and 3 white lights. We've got Brian coming next with 85 kilograms on the bar. Our spotters and loaders are getting that ready for him. Also, shout out for Ravenscroft for letting us use their wonderful school to be able to do the Special Olympics. We've also got cheerleading next door. So their live is also going on, but powerlifting is definitely superior in my opinion. All right, we've got Brian coming out for 85 kilograms on the deadlift bar. Our spotters and loaders have it set up for him. Here he comes. Alrighty, here comes Brian. He's going, he's gone. And unfortunately, that is a no lift. You cannot stop. You must keep moving. So for the deadlift, you must keep going in a constant movement. He's going to check with his side judge and his head judge, or his coach will, just to make sure that that was the reason why for the no lift. Remember, 3 white lights is a good lift, 2 white lights is a good lift. However, 2 red lights or 3 red lights is no lift. All right, we've got Asen Mayhall coming up, 95 kilograms on the deadlift bar. He got the 87.5 for his first deadlift. Beautiful setup. Waiting for that down command. And 3 white lights. That was beautiful. Quentin Sims is coming out, 105 kilograms on the deadlift bar for him. Bar is loaded for Quentin. He is ready to go. He's coming out for his 105 kilogram deadlift. He is getting himself ready. Remember, most lifters have their own ritual to do before they lift some heavy weight. It just gets them in the mindset, and it's really cool to see all the lifters and what their different rituals are to get them ready to lift some heavy weight. So we've got him set up, getting his legs set, getting his mind ready. He is waiting for the signal from his coach. There he goes. Beautiful lift. And back down. And he got 3 white lights. That was beautiful, Quentin. Next, we've got Jason Kearns coming in with 110 kilograms on the bar. Remember, each lifter has 1 minute to get on the platform and get that weight moving. Jason, the bar is loaded for you. He is coming out. He wants the crowd to get hyped for him. Here he comes. He has done an amazing job today. The setup is the most important thing. Beautiful, Jason. 3 white lights for Jason. And he is saying good job to the crowd. All right, Hamilton is next. All right, it looks like, oh, we've got a little bit of a confusion. One moment. All right, I know it says, oh, there we go. All right, so this is Hamilton Lucas coming out for 112.5 kilograms. He is coming out in just a moment. All righty, here he comes. We are on our second deadlifts. We are on our last 2 deadlifts of the second attempt. We will be moving on to our third attempts of session 1, flight B, in just a moment. Getting Mr. Hamilton all set up. Bringing his arms down, getting him ready. Beautiful, chest up, knees locked. Down command, and 3 white lights for Mr. Hamilton. Alrighty, next we've got Nick coming out to the platform. He has 135 kilograms on the bar. That is our heaviest deadlift of session 1, flight B. That 135 comes out to 297 pounds. So that is almost 300 pounds. So he has the heaviest deadlift so far of session 1, flight B. Our spotters and loaders are getting that set up for him. Alrighty, the bar is loaded with 135 kilograms. On that bar, there is 297 pounds. We are getting it ready for Mr. Nick. He is coming out. He is ready to go. All right, he's getting himself ready mentally. Let's go, Nick. Beautiful. Hips, legs, chest. Awesome. Good job, Nick. Beautiful. 3 white lights for Mr. Nick. And we are back up at the top with Cameron Gaines. They are coming out for their third attempt with 50 kilograms on the bar. We always appreciate our spotters and loaders helping us keep going through this meet. We could not do it without them. They are keeping this meet going, especially with our judges making sure, double checking that the weight is correct. In the heat of the moment, sometimes we add a little extra weight, and that's what our judges are for, to make sure we keep in check for the spotters and loaders. Alrighty, here comes Cameron Gaines. He is coming out. Again, he is doing a 50 kilogram deadlift. He is getting himself ready. Alrighty, getting his hands down. He is ready to go, looking up. Beautiful, chest up, knees locked. He got the down command. Amazing. 3 white lights for Mr. Cameron. Next, we've got David Rodriguez coming out with 57.5 kilograms on the deadlift bar. Mr. Rodriguez is coming out right now. Alrighty, Mr. Rodriguez is ending his deadlifts with 57.5 kilograms on the bar. He has done an amazing job with these deadlifts. His last deadlift attempt is 126 pounds. He is ready to go. And pull, 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 pull. Beautiful, David. Awesome deadlift, chest up, knees locked. 3 white lights. Our next deadlift is Aiden Fremming. He's got 65 kilograms coming onto that bar. This is his third attempt. Remember, these are third attempts for session 1, flight B. We will start with session 2, flight C, once these deadlifts have completed. So if you are in flight C or you have a family member in flight C, you will be coming up soon. So Aiden Fremming's coming out, 65 kilograms on the deadlift bar. Our spotters and loaders are just making sure that the weight is perfectly on there and they're not jiggling in any way. Who wants jiggly weights? Not me. Alrighty, the bar is loaded for Aiden. He is coming out right now. Alright, he's getting himself set up. All right. Unfortunately, he did not wait for that down command, so it is a no lift. However, he did do a really good job. Remember, our lifters do need to listen for the commands. There is one command for down for deadlifting, which is down. So you go up to the bar, you pick up the bar. You have to wait for your head judge to give you that down command. Some people also wait if you're not able to hear. I know I have a hard time hearing my head judge with all the music and the adrenaline going. I will look for that hand to come down. So your head judge will yell, down, or they will give you that hand motion of down. You always want to make sure that you're waiting and listening for that down command. We've got Brian coming out doing 85 kilograms on the deadlift. He is getting set up. He's got 30 seconds on the timer, plenty of time to get him going. There we go. And again, unfortunately, that is a no lift just due to the bar going in a downward motion before the down command was given. You also don't want your knees going under the bar as you're lifting it up, just because that can be seen as hitching. Again, in strongman competitions, if you're doing a deadlift, you can hitch, but unfortunately in powerlifting, that is not allowed. So that does give you that no lift. We've got Colby Brown coming out, same weight. This is 85 kilograms. 85 kilograms is 187 pounds. He is coming down and getting ready. Hands are in place. He's going to sit back, brace, sit up. All right, he's trying to pull. And unfortunately, he was not able to pull it up, which is okay. That last deadlift, you always want to make sure it is super heavy because that is your last lift of the day, last attempt. So it should be super heavy, it should be super hard, and sometimes our lifters don't get it, but that's okay. That is what the next meet is for. Our lifters have trained really hard for this meet. Days and weeks of training, eating right, making sure you get your nutrition, making sure the workouts are good. So it's also sometimes disappointing not to get that lift, but at least they tried. They did a really good job. We've got Austin Mayhall coming out with 97.5 kilograms on the bar. There he goes. He's doing a sumo deadlift. He's pull, waiting for that down command, and down. He got 3 white lights on that. Awesome job, Austin. Next, we've got Hamilton Lucas. He is coming out with 115 kilograms on the bar. For Hamilton, he is coming to deadlift 253 pounds for his last third attempt. So this is his third attempt for deadlifts. Again, you always want to make sure your third attempt is really hard. That is your last chance to pull some heavy weight for the meet. Alrighty, here comes Mr. Hamilton. This is his third attempt. We are down to the last 4 people of session 1 flight B, and we'll get session 2 flight C started in just a little bit. Alrighty. Alright, unfortunately Hamilton did not get that lift. That is a no lift as he went for it, picked it up, and then unfortunately put it back down. But that was a really good attempt. Good job for Hamilton. He came out and did a great job today. We've got Jason Kearns coming up. He's jumping from 110 to 117.5 kilograms. He loves to make sure that the crowd is hyped. He is an amazing powerlifter. 117.5 kilograms on the bar. He's got 258 pounds. He is getting the crowd hyped. He wants this crowd hyped for him because he is doing some serious weight. We are just getting his hand placement good. There he goes. Beautiful. All right, he got that down command. Unfortunately, he did get 1 red light, but it's still good because it is a good lift. Remember, you need 2 white lights for a good lift, or 3 white lights for a good lift. But he got it. Just check with your side judge just to make sure to see what it was. It could have been soft knees. That is a big one with deadlifting. We don't want to have soft knees. We want to make sure that our knees are as locked out as we possibly can. That ensures that we got it. Looks like our spotters and loaders are putting on 130 kilograms for Mr. Quinton. He's doing a huge jump. He is going from 105 kilograms, which is 231 pounds, and he is jumping all the way to 130, which comes out to 286 pounds. So he is doing a serious jump, which is amazing for a third attempt. We are super excited to see Quinton go. He has done such a good job today. Getting himself set up. Coach is getting him ready. Shout out to all of our amazing coaches. We could not do this without you. All right, Mr. Quinton is ready. He is getting ready to go. There he goes, all the way up. Lock out. Beautiful. He got 3 white lights. Good job, Mr. Quinton. Now that is the best way to do a third attempt. Third attempts are always our biggest and heaviest because it's our third attempt. Why not? All right, Mr. Nick is coming out with 142.5 kilograms. He is our heaviest deadlift of session 1 flight B. He is ending his third attempt with 313.5 pounds. We are getting the crowd hyped for him. Our spotters and loaders are getting ready for him to go. All right, Nick. 313.5 pounds on the deadlift bar. He is getting himself ready to go. He's got this. All right, he is getting ready to go. He's got it. Unfortunately, it was a grip issue. When you lose your grip, that is not so much fun, but he did an amazing job. So what we're going to be doing next is we're going to get into session 2, flight C. And these are our next set of deadlifts. We are starting out with Vanessa Pinkerton. She is starting her deadlifts with 70 kilograms on the bar. All right, guys, I misspoke. My apologies. We are starting out with session 2, flight C. We are starting out with squats. So Vanessa will be coming out for squats. This is, again, session 2, flight C. We're doing squats. Vanessa is coming out to do 32.5 kilograms on the squat. Our spotters and loaders are just getting our squat set up. The cool thing about the rack that we have is that you can use it for benching and you can also use it for squatting. So if you see our spotters and loaders are getting those safeties set up, again, safeties are super important. Although we have our amazing spotters and spotters and loaders, you do want to make sure you have some extra safeties. Squat, you want to make sure you have the safeties. Again, be able to, save you. So that way you don't get crushed by the weight. That is also what our spotters and loaders are for. All right, awards are about to start for session 1, flight A and B. So we are about to start that. We're going to take a little mini break right before we do squats just to give our coaches and staff and volunteers time to eat and rehydrate, especially our spotters and loaders. Spotting and loading is a lot of work. Even though we're not actually lifting, we are lifting all the weights and putting them on the bar and keeping our lifters safe. So give us a couple minutes and we'll be right back. All right, the bar is loaded for Cheryl Weiss. We are doing squat 1 for session 2, flight C. All righty, good job, Cheryl. Thank you for our spotters and loaders. That was a good job. For the squat, you have 3 commands. So you have the squat command, which is start, um, and then you have rack. So you just want to make sure you got 2 commands for that one. You just want to make sure you are also hitting your depth. Again, we have spotters and loaders for our safety. We want to make sure our lifters are being safe. We got Vanessa coming up with her first squat, 32.5 kilograms on the bar. She is coming on up. Again, for squat, you have 2 commands. You have the squat command, which is the head judge will give you, and then you also have the rack command. Commands are super important. You need to make sure you're listening for the commands and making sure you're watching that head judge. Good job, Vanessa. She got 2 white lights, 1 red light. So she needs to check in with her side judges, or her coach needs to check in with her side judges. It's always good to check in and see what went wrong. Again, she still got the lift. 2 to 1 is always good, especially if it's a white light. 2 red lights means it was no lift, but 2 white lights with 1 red is a good lift. So we are moving on to Pepper. She's coming out with her first squat at 42.5 kilograms on the squat. She is coming out. Alrighty, we've got our spotters and loaders, 1 on the back, 2 on each side. Pepper is getting started. There she goes. That was a good lift. Let's see. All right, she got 3 white lights. We're moving on to John. He's going to be squatting 47.5 kilograms. For the squat, again, there are 2 commands. You have the squat command and then the rack command that will be given to you by your head judge. With squat, you do have to make sure you hit depth, which is that parallel. That is one of the big things. You also cannot step forward. So you just want to make sure you are sitting sedentary the same way as you would for deadlift. Any movement other than the squat movement would be considered a no deadlift. So here comes John. He's coming out in just a moment. The bar is loaded for him. He's coming out. Alrighty, he is getting all set up. Alrighty, there John goes. Beautiful. Thank you to our spotters and loaders for getting him back on that rack. The best thing to do when you're squatting is to make sure that the spotters and loaders move you to the rack. That way you don't accidentally go too quickly, and that way you don't miss your rack command. Always trust your spotters and loaders. That is the best thing to do. They will bring you to the rack. That way you don't have to think about it. Alrighty, our next up is Thomas Beckman. He's coming out with 65 on the squat, his first squat, 65 kilograms. On the squat, you are allowed to wear a singlet, squatting shoes. You can wear long socks, and you can also wear a belt. That belt is good for making sure that you're bracing well, so that way you don't get hurt. Alrighty, Thomas is getting ready to go. He's getting himself settled. Alrighty. Unfortunately, that was a no lift, so he will check with his coaches and his judges. It looks like he did step back before the rack command. So again, any movement that's outside of unracking, squatting, and then racking is counted as a no lift. Our spotters and loaders are putting up Jonathan. He's got 75 kilograms as his first squat. The bar is loaded for Jonathan. He is coming out. Alrighty, Jonathan is getting set. He is getting ready. That was beautiful depth. He has got the rack command. He had a beautiful squat. That was perfection. That is 3 white lights for Jonathan. He did an amazing job. Alrighty, we are moving on to Micah Forrest with a 95 kilogram first squat attempt. We have our spotters and loaders getting that set up. For what they're doing right now is they are adjusting the height of the squat rack. You definitely don't want your squat rack too high because then you'll have to kind of go on your tippy toes to get it off the rack. You might want even to make your squat rack a little bit lower. That's what I do just to make it a little bit more comfortable on my back to be able to get it off the rack. So here comes Micah. He's coming up for his 95 kilogram squat. He's getting himself ready. Look at that. Beautiful. He is settling himself. With this kind of combo rack, you do have to walk back. There is another one, what is called a monolift. That one you don't have to walk back from. Look at that. Perfect. The only thing is that he did squat without the squat command. So check with your judges and see what is the reason why for the red light. So you always want to make sure you're listening for those commands. Squat, bench, and deadlift all have their own specific commands that you have to make sure you're paying attention to. Our spotters and loaders are getting ready for Jaden, starting out with 105 kilograms as his first attempt. Comes out to 231 pounds. All right, 105 kilos on the squat bar. He is getting himself ready. Some lifters will even have chalk on their back to try to keep the bar from slipping down their back. I know I do that too. It's a little messy, but it's fun. Perfect. He's coming on up. If you'll notice, Jaden's got some squat sleeves on. In raw powerlifting, you are allowed to wear sleeves. There's also a part of powerlifting that you can wear wraps. So you have raw with sleeves, which is the classic raw, and then you have raw with wraps, which essentially is just knee wraps. So you have those choices. It does have 2 different categories. So if you are raw with sleeves, you're in one category. If you have raw with wraps, you're in your own category. All right, Miss Cheryl's coming out. She's going to do 30 kilos again. Remember, for powerlifting, you are allowed to repeat that same one that got red lighted. But remember, you cannot go down in weight. You can only do the same or go up. So here she comes. She's getting herself set. We have our amazing spotters and loaders right next to them. She's walking back. All right, remember, we got to wait for that squat command. So it is a red light. She did not wait for the squat command. So we do have to make sure we're listening for that command. But it's okay. She has one more chance to get that squat. She's got this. Our next athlete is Vanessa. She's coming out to do 42.5 kilos, which is about 10 kilos more than her first attempt. She's got an amazingly beautiful flower singlet. I love it. I love it. Our spotters and loaders have that ready for Vanessa. They are just double checking the weight to make sure it's correct. And here she's come. She's walking out with her coach. And I love her belt. It says no wasted workouts. I 100% agree. Every workout is amazing. So if you notice, they're moving the bar into in closer, so those racks are coming closer. That way she can go outside of the rack itself. For some lifters, this is easier depending on mobility, depending on just how they squat. So this is just more personal preference. So for her, she's doing more of a wider grip. Oh, thank you to our spotters and loaders. That is what our spotters and loaders are for. They're here to keep our athletes safe. That's why we have one on the back and two on the side. The spotters and loaders are here to make sure our athletes are safe. It is always better to have more safety than less. But that's okay. She'll come back and get it the next time. We've got Pepper coming up with 50 kilos on the bar. Pretty sure I've been saying kilograms the entire time. That's all right. This is what happens when they leave me by myself in a microphone. Alrighty, we've got Pepper coming up. Nice, Pepper. She's got that 50 kilos. Woo. All right, 3 white lights for Pepper. John's going to come out with 60 kilos on the bar. Remember, there are 2 commands for the squat. You have the squat command, and then you have rack. So you just want to make sure that you're listening for those commands and that you're hitting depth. Those are what our side judges are for, is to be able to see if we're hitting depth. Alrighty, John is getting set up. There he goes. Good job, John. All right, he got 3 white lights. Good job, John. Our next athlete coming up is Thomas. He's going to be doing 70 kilos on the bar. Remember, for powerlifting, if you miss your first one, either just for commands or any other reason, you can either do the same weight again or go up in weight. So Thomas has decided to go up 5 kilos, which is not a bad thing. That's actually a pretty good idea. All right, he's getting the crowd hyped. He's hyped. All right, Thomas, let's see it. Nice walk back. Remember, with this kind of lift, you've got to walk back. Amazing mobility. We love to see the depth. The nice thing about having our spotters and loaders is that they are going to take you to the rack. I've always been told to let the spotters take you to the rack. Don't try to take it for yourself. Just kind of stand there and your spotters and loaders will lead you to the rack. It's always better safe than sorry, especially for those commands. So you just kind of stand there and hang out until they move you. We've got Jonathan coming up, 92.5 kilos on the squat. The bar is loaded for Jonathan. He's coming out. Look at him. Alrighty. He's getting his hand placement perfect. All right. Beautiful step back. Look at that depth. Amazing. All righty. Our spotters and loaders brought him to the rack, which is the best thing to do when you're waiting for that rack command. He got it, all 3 white lights. Our next person is Micah. He's coming up at 105 kilos. So again, even if you miss the first one, whether it be a command issue or just not a good setup, you can do the next lift heavier. So that's what he's done. His second attempt is going to be 105, which is 230 pounds on the squat. So Micah is getting set. There we go, Micah. He got all the commands, got that depth. He got 3 white lights. So in this case, going up that kilos was a really good idea, only because it's not like he didn't get his first one, he just wasn't getting the commands. So when you have that situation, it's never a bad thing to go up and wait. All right, we've got Jaden coming. All righty, bar is loaded for Jaden. 110 kilos on the bar. Nice walk back. Amazing. Very nice. All right, 3 white lights. I don't know if you noticed, but Jaden had some chalk on his back. Most athletes will do this just because it makes it easier for the bar to stay on his back. Just because sometimes the shirts can be a little slippery, so you just want a little extra protection. And it's always fun. You get a little messy, it's all right. That's what a washing machine is for. All right, Miss Cheryl's coming back. She has gone up 10 kilos for this last attempt at squat. Bar is loaded for Cheryl. She is ready. Let's go, lady. She's ready. All righty, Miss Cheryl, let's see. Judges say 3 white lights. Good job, Cheryl. That was amazing. Always thank your judges. All righty. Our final attempt for squat for Vanessa is 42.5. She's got this. Perfect. Nice, Vanessa. That was awesome. Let's see. Judges say 2 white lights is a good lift. Always check with your side judges for that that red dot. Usually that either means depth or they saw something. Always check with your judges just to see what the mistake was, so that way you know for next time. All right, Miss Pepper is coming up. She's got 55 kilos on the bar. Here she comes. She's coming. 55 kilos on the bar. She is ready. Her coach is getting her set up. Nice. Alrighty. Judges say 3 white lights. That was an amazing run for squats for Miss Pepper. We're moving on to John. He went up 10 kilos. He's now squatting for his last squat, 70 kilos. 70 kilos is 154 pounds. So he is coming out. He's ready to go. Bar is loaded. Little pep talk from the coach. We love pep talks from coaches. Shout out to all of our amazing coaches. We love you. Amazing. Beautiful, John. Judges say 2 white lights. Check with your head judge just in case. 2 white lights still is a good lift. Remember, it is either 2 red lights or 3 red lights that would count as a no lift. If you've got 2 white lights or 3 white lights, you are good to go. And just a reminder for our session 1, if you would like to see this in open powerlifting, it will be in open powerlifting probably in the next few days. That way you can kind of see what you've done. Thomas is coming out. We have 80 kilos on the squat bar. He is ready to go. He is getting the crowd hyped. Alrighty. Thomas is getting settled. Perfect. In order to get that start command, you always want to make sure that your knees are locked. So you want to make sure you got your knees locked out. It does look like he got 2 to 1. So he should check with that head judge. But again, he's still got a good lift. All right. Jonathan is going up to 122.5 kilos. So that is 269 pounds. He did a jump from 92.5, which is 203. So he did about a 60-pound jump, which is not a bad thing. He's got this. He's got this in the bag. All right, our spotters and loaders are saying the bar is ready. All righty, he's getting set. There he goes. Ooh. All right, thanks to our spotters and loaders. They caught that for him. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Our spotters and loaders are there to keep us safe, to keep our lifters safe. So if they do see any downward motion or any head shaking, they will take it. It's better to be safe than sorry. Sometimes our head judges will let the athlete go again, but it just depends on what's going on. But that was spotting done right. They just wanted to make sure he was okay. All right, we've got Micah Forrest coming up. He's gone from 100 kilos to 125 kilos. That's a 20-kilo jump. He is coming out. He did a great job with his second squat. This is his 3rd attempt on squat. So this is his last attempt. He's walking back. Good job, Micah. All right. That was 3 white lights. Good lift. Our next athlete is Jaden. He is coming out with 127.5 squat. That comes out to 280 pounds. So Jaden's going from 110 kilos to 127.5 kilos. That's a 280-pound squat. He is ready to go. He is walking. He's running up to the stand. Let's go. That is how powerlifting is done. You are excited. All the adrenaline is going. I do like his Gym Reapers belt. They got some cool stuff. This is not sponsored, by the way. All right, he's settling. Very nice. Good job, Jaden. All right, unfortunately, that was no lift. Talk to your head judge and your side judge. I think he missed the squat command. All right, we are now going down to session 2, flight D. We are starting with Scott Rogers with 42.5 kilos on the bar. Remember, for the squat, there are 2 commands. There's the squat command and the rack command. Always check with your judges and make sure that you are paying attention to the commands. That can make or break your attempt. All right, Scott's coming out. We're getting ready. Here he comes. Very nice. Judges say 3 white lights. All right, same weight for Shay. Bar is loaded for Shay. Got him coming out. You are allowed to wear wrist wraps for squat. Again, you are protecting your wrist. Same thing with bench. You always want to protect your wrist, especially when we're doing some heavy weight. And these athletes are doing some heavy weight, so it's always good to have protection with your bracing or your wrist. Safety is always first. All right, Shay is getting settled. Squat command. And he got the rack command. Let's see what our judges say. All right, 3 white lights. That was beautiful. We've got Daniel coming out, 45 kilos on the bar. Again, in powerlifting, you wear a singlet, you can wear a belt, you've got deadlift socks, you've got squat socks, squat shoes, deadlift shoes. If you wear sleeves on your knees, your sleeves cannot touch your socks. So there does have to be a gap in there. But not every athlete wears sleeves. Sometimes they just bare bone it. Here comes Mr. Daniel. He's coming out. He is ready to go. He's looking at this weight like, I've got this. He knows it. All right, Mr. Daniel. He's getting settled. Very nice. Judges say. We got 3 red lights. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Check with your judges and see. All righty. Caden is coming out for his first squat. 47.5 kilos on the bar. Nice. Good job, Caden. That was awesome. He waited for that squat command, got amazing depth, and waited for that rack command. All right, Devin's coming out for a 65 kilo squat for his first attempt. Mind you, Devin weighs 59 kilos and is doing 65 kilos on the bar. All right. Here is Mr. Devin coming out in his all red suit. We love the matchy matchy. I am also matchy matchy. Everything's got to match. Got to look cute on the platform, especially for pictures. Alrighty. He's getting ready. He's got very nice colored coordination with his singlet, his shirt, and his shoes. Now, this is my type of guy right here. Nice job, Devin. And our judges say, unfortunately, that is a no lift. 2 reds, 1 white. So check with your judges, head judge and side judge. Our head judge is explaining to his coach what went wrong, although he still did a very good job. But that is what our judges are for. All right, we've got Reese Williams coming out, 75 kilos on the bar. Getting settled. Very nice. Chest up, chest out. Amazing for a squat. Great job, Reese. 3 white lights from our judges. Andrew is coming out with 87.5 kilos on the bar. Mind you, Andrew is 83 kilos for his body weight. So he's doing about 4.5 kilos above his body weight. That is amazing. Let's go, Andrew. Bar is loaded for Andrew. He is ready to go. He is walking up confidence. And I love his socks. They say deadlift. I'm pretty sure you can get those on Amazon, by the way. Alrighty. Andrew's getting set. He is set. Nice lift. Nice. Good job, Andrew. So his coach was telling him to look up because when you are squatting, for some athletes, it is better to look up. Personally, for me, it is always better to look up. If you look down, your center of gravity can kind of get all kind of wonky. So if you look up, you're more likely to get that bar up. Sit your head back, tilt your head back, look up. Greatest thing my coach ever taught me how to do. All right, we've got Brian. He's coming out for a 95 kilo squat. He also weighs 80 kilos. 83. All right, he's ready to go. Belt's ready. Getting all situated. You want to make sure that bar is perfectly on your back. You don't want it too far down, but you definitely don't want it sitting on your spine. You want to make sure it's sitting very nicely so that way you can really bend that bar into your back to get a good lat engagement. And then he's going to squat. Shabam. Up. Amazing. Listen for that rack command. Again, your spotters and loaders are there for you to move you to the rack. So if you are unsure about if you heard the rack command, just wait. Those spotters and loaders will move you. That is the best thing I ever learned. Just let them move you. All right, we are back up at the top. We are starting with Daniel again. 45 kilos on the bar. We are back at the top for our session 2 flight D, squat number 2. If you'll notice, Daniel has wrist wraps on. That is to protect his wrist when he's lifting this heavy weight. It is always good for having wrist wraps. Nice depth. Wait for the rack. There he goes. Beautiful job, Daniel. 3 white lights. Shay's going to come out with 47.5 kilos on the bar. He's coming out. He's ready to go. He's getting settled. Chest up. Nice. Alrighty, good job. Shay got 3 white lights. Our next athlete is Scott Rogers. His second attempt at squat is 57.5 kilos. Ah, here he comes. He's ready. He's hyped. He's like, this is mine. He's got it. He is a little too excited. He's got to wait for the bar is loaded. Bar is loaded. We always wait for the bar is loaded because it is a safety concern. You don't want to get all up in the spotters and loaders for Hizzle. If you get all up in their space, you end up messing their weights up, which is never fun. Nice job, Scott. And the judges say 3 white lights. Good job, Scott. Caden's coming out, 62.5 kilos on the bar. Caden's coming out. Devin is next, and then Reese Williams. All right, bar is loaded. Very nice, Caden. Devin Church is coming out. He is a man after my own heart. He matches everything. I love that. I also match my singlet and my shirt and my socks. I have a pink singlet, so I got pink socks. All right, Mr. Devin, it is your turn. 70 kilos on the bar. There we go. All right, unfortunately, that was a no lift. He missed the squat command again. For squat, bench, and deadlift, there are commands. So for the squat, there are 2 commands. You want to make sure you're listening for the start command, which is given to you by your head judge, and then you want to make sure you're listening for that rack command by your head judge. That is one of the biggest mistakes some athletes can make is not listening for that command because you can do an amazing job with your lift. And then as soon as you miss that command, unfortunately, is a no lift. All right, we've got Reese Williams coming out, 92.5 kilos. Reese weighs 83 kilos, so this is just a little bit over his weight. So he is squatting his weight plus some. He's ready. There he goes. Go, Reese. Thank you to our spotters and loaders. That is what they're there for. They are there to spot, keep our athletes safe. They are going to watch for an extra downward motion, or they're going to watch for a head shake, or they're going to watch to see if the athlete is falling forwards or backwards. That's why we always want spotters and loaders. While we are doing these hefty weights, we want to keep our athletes safe. All right, Andrew is coming up. 92.5 kilos on the bar for Andrew. We are waiting for the bar to be loaded. All right, bar is loaded. We are ready for Andrew, 92.5 kilos on the bar. Very nice, Andrew. All right, judges say unfortunately that was a no lift. It looks like he went back down. He went up and then kind of scooched back down when he was going for depth. So unfortunately that is a no lift, but that's okay. Andrew will come back better and all right, next we've got Brian. He is coming out for 97.2 kilos on the bar. All right, Brian's getting ready. He's getting himself settled. There you go, Brian. Ah, all right. So unfortunately, that is a no lift. His foot did step forward before the rack command, which is okay. He still did an amazing job, and he's got one more squat that he can do to come back and get that. Again, if you miss a lift, that does not mean that you can't lift again. You have another lift after, especially um, when you're squatting your second one, your third one. If you miss your second one, either for a command issue or again, like Andrew did, just step too quickly, you can go back, but again, you cannot go down in weight. You have to either stay at the same weight or go up. Um, let's see, we're starting with Daniel again. We're right back at the top for session 2, flight D. Daniel, he is coming at, for his third attempt, is 55 kilos. He has done an amazing job for this first squat session. There he goes. Nice job, Daniel. Judges say 3 white dots. Good job. We are staying with the same weight for Shea Decker. We are staying at 55 kilos. However, for him, we need to change the squat rack. Again, for some athletes, they like it super low so that they have to kind of really pick up that bar off the rack. I personally like to do that. For others, they like it right where they're standing. So if you'll see for Shea, he's kind of got to dip under. His knees are a little bent. That's just going to make it easier for him to get that bar off the rack. He's getting himself settled. Lock knees. There you go. All righty. Good job, Shay. Unfortunately, oh, actually, no, he got 2 white lights. I apologize. I read that wrong. 2 white lights and 1 red light. So remember, check with your side judge to see what happened. That's what your judges are for. They're here to teach you. They just want to make sure you know what happened so that you know for next time. But that was great. Good job, Shay. Our next athlete is Scott. He's coming out to do 65 kilos on the bar. He is ready to go. He's coming up. He is hyped. Scott weighs 66 kilos and he is doing 65. So that is just under his body weight. There you go, Scott. Good job. 3 white lights. Remember, for the squat, you need to make sure you hit depth and listen to your commands. All right, Devin's coming out, 72.5 kilos. Bar is loaded for Devin. We are ready to go. Alrighty, coach is getting him set, getting his hands in the right place, keeping his back settled. When your lats are pulled together, you will have a better squat. So you want to make sure your hands are in the right place. You want to make sure your back is in the right place and squeezing really hard onto that bar to keep you all tight and ready to go. There he goes. Good job, Devin. Come on up. Alrighty. Thank you, spotters and loaders, for bringing him on in. 3 white dots for him. Good job, Devin. Our next contestant, our next athlete is Caden. He's coming out to do 75 kilos on the squat. All right, they've got to change the height, make it closer to Caden's height. These athletes and coaches will give the spotters and loaders their heights in advance. That way we're not figuring it out when they're already here and ready to go. So it's a very efficient way of doing things. All right, Mr. Caden is ready. Very nice. Caden has hit amazing depth every time. 3 white lights. All right, we're moving on to Reese. He is doing 92.5 kilos. This is his last squat attempt. All righty. Let's go, Reese. Big chest. All right, thank you to our spotters and loaders. They did a great job. That's what our spotters and loaders are for, to keep our athletes safe. Our next athlete is Brian. He is doing 97.5 kilos on the bar. He's got this. He is ready. He's going to dominate the platform. Look at him coming out from that curtain. He is ready to go. We are waiting. There we go. He got it. Bar is loaded. He's coming out. He's ready to take this 97.5 kilos on the platform. He's got this. Alrighty. He's getting settled. Coach said he's good. He's ready to go. Getting him settled. There you go, Brian. Good job. Judges say 3 white lights. Very nice, Brian. All right, Andrew has gone from 92.5 kilos to 102.5. Like I said, when you miss the other lift, again, whether it be because of a missed command, you can definitely go up in weight, and a lot of athletes do that, especially if it's just a command miss, because that just means that you just have to pay attention a little bit more for your next lift. But hey, third attempts are meant to be hard. They're meant to be a little bit of a grind, so he's got this. Get his back settled. That's what coaches are for. There you go. Come on, Andrew. Very nice, Andrew. Judges say 2 red lights. Unfortunately, that means that it is a no lift. You do need at least 2 white lights for it to be a good lift. Check with your side judges, but that is okay. They still did a great job. Alrighty, we are moving on. So that was our session 2 flight C and D. What we're doing is we're going to be moving on to bench. We'll be starting up again with Vanessa. She will be opening her first bench up with 27.5. With the bench, remember you do have 3 commands for bench. So you have the start command, the press command, and then the rack command. A lot of the commands are the most important part of this sport. If you can complete the lift and then yet you can't do the commands, that will result in a no lift. So we are getting started. We're getting that set up. Thankfully, our spotters and loaders are super quick. and they are getting their safeties set up. But we'll be back in just a moment. All right, we are getting started to get back. We are starting again with bench number 1 for Vanessa. She is starting her bench at 27.5 kilos. We are just waiting for our head judge to come back. And then we'll get started. Again, for the bench press, there are 3 commands for the bench press. There is start, press, and rack. Depending on what federation you go to, there may be variations of that, but it's essentially all the same thing. So bar is loaded. We are ready for Miss Vanessa, starting with her bench 1. She is starting with 27.5 kilos on the bar. Alrighty. Very nice, Vanessa. When you do start your rack, you want to make sure that your elbows are completely locked out or you won't get that start command. So remember, your start command should be locked out or your elbows should be locked out completely before you get that start command. Miss Cheryl is next. She is starting out with her bench at also 27.5 kilos. We have safeties on the side of those benches just so that we can keep our athletes safe. We do have our spotters and loaders, but it's always good to have just an extra safety, especially when we're lifting the weights that we're lifting. Miss Cheryl's coming out. Alrighty, here is Miss Cheryl. Alright, she's coming. She's got it. She's got to keep her elbows straight. There we go. Very nice, Cheryl. Good job. And our judges say, all right, 2 white lights. That is a good lift. All righty, we got John coming out with 42.5 kilos on the bar. All righty. Very nice, John. Again, with bench, you have 3 commands: start, press, and rack. John did a great job. Listen for all those commands. We've got up next Miss Pepper. She's coming out to have 45 kilos on the bar for her first bench. She is ready to go. All right, we've got her safeties ready. We've got her rack set. Those little boxes that they just put down are just to help keep her feet planted on the ground. As you know, some people are they have longer torsos and they've got longer legs. So when you have a shorter torso and shorter legs, thankfully our judges are very nice and let us have some little boxes on the ground to be able to keep our feet planted. Just makes our life easier. Getting her hands set, getting her legs set. Make sure she's got some leg drive going in there. Coach says she's good. Very nice. Good job, Miss Pepper. Judges say 3 white lights. Our next is Jonathan. He is coming out for 62.5 kilos on the bench for his first bench press. After Jonathan, we have Thomas, and then Micah, and then Jaden. Bar is loaded for Jonathan. He is ready to go. He's coming out. He's getting himself ready. Very nice, Jonathan. Good commands. Judges say 3 white lights. All right. Thomas Beckman coming for his 65-kilo bench. Just to let you know that Thomas is only 74 kilos, so he is just under his body weight that he's going to start with. So he's at 65 kilos and he weighs 74. And then we have Micah, and then we have Jaden. For the bench press, you definitely can wear a belt. Lots of athletes do. I wear a belt when I bench. It just helps me brace for benching, which you definitely want to make sure you're bracing, keeping your lats tight, keeping everything together. Leg drive. Beautiful, Thomas. Judges say, unfortunately, that is a no lift. He did miss the start command. So we just have to make sure he's paying attention for that start command. Check with your judges to make sure. We've got Micah next. He's coming out to do a 70-kilogram first bench. He is ready to go. You'll notice some of our athletes have chalk on their hands. This is just to keep their hands steady on the bar. I definitely like to have chalk on my hands for pretty much any lift. But also, I like to play with chalk. So, powerlifting gets a little messy sometimes, but that's all right. Alrighty, he's getting a lift off. Beautiful, Micah. Awesome. He got 3 white lights. He is good to go. Our next one, our last athlete for Flight C is Jaden Morton. He is our last of the class, or I should say the session, the flight. And then we'll move back up to Vanessa after him. All right, bar is loaded for Jaden. If you'll notice, Jaden has some wrist wraps on his wrist. This is a very good thing to use for either, squat or bench. It keeps your wrist very protected. What you'll do is you'll wrap it around. You want it really tight. You want to start it so that it is sitting on your wrist, so that when you do pick up the bench, you're sitting here, and that way your wrists don't go too far back, which can happen when you are lifting the heavy weights that these athletes are lifting. All right. Judges say, unfortunately, that was a no lift. He missed the rack command. So that is something we have to remember. We have 3 commands to listen to: start, press, and rack. Those commands can make or break your lift. Every athlete's got to make sure we're listening for those commands. So we're going right back up to Cheryl. She is our first athlete of Flight C. So now we are on bench 2. So this is our second attempt benches for Cheryl. She's coming out for a 30-kilo bench. Finally got started saying kilos instead of kilograms. Everybody kept letting me say kilograms. Nobody corrected me. I'm a power lifter. I should know this. Alrighty. Cheryl's getting herself set up. There she goes. Go, 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 go. All right. Thank you to our spotters and loaders. They caught that for her. We just want to make sure our athletes are safe. So if we ever see an athlete, shake their head or see a downward motion, our spotters and loaders are there to protect our athletes. If you've noticed that there's a couple of athletes who will have a lift off and there's a couple athletes who do not, it is 100% up to their athlete discretion. If you would like to have someone lift it off, every federation is different. So some federations will allow you to have your coach lift you off. Other federations will require that one of the spotters and loaders would have you do the lift off. But Every athlete is different. Some athletes do want the help for the lift off and some people don't. Like for Miss Vanessa, she does not want, oh, well, hold on. Nah, Vanessa does want to lift off. Here we go. Very nice. 3 white lights for Miss Vanessa. We've got John coming out with 50 kilos. But the lift off again is up to the athlete's discretion. It just depends on the athlete, depends on how they train. If they train with a lift off, you should always make sure that your competition has a lift off. If you train without a lift off, then you don't really need one. Alrighty, John's coming out. He is ready to go. He's got 50 kilos on the bar, getting himself set up. You want to make sure your eyes are right underneath the bar. This way the bar path is good. There we go. Very nice, John. All right, 3 white lights for John. Pepper's going to be coming out for 52.5 kilos on the bar. These athletes have trained for weeks. They are here to show us what they've got. I think all of our athletes have done such an amazing job today. It's late in the day. Everybody's tired, but they're still doing an amazing job. And of course, shout out to all of our coaches. We could not do anything without you. I know I have an amazing coach. I couldn't do anything without my coach. Alrighty. Ms. Pepper's getting set up. Legs drive in place. There we go. Perfect. Beautiful job, Miss Pepper. And judges say 3 white lights. Beautiful. All right, Thomas is up. He's got a 70 kilo on there. Thomas has jumped from 65 kilos to 70 kilos. He did do a good job with his last lift. The reason he got the no lift because he wasn't listening to commands. So we've got to make sure he follows those commands, which can happen to every athlete. We train really hard and then we get so excited with the adrenaline we forget that there are commands. So we just got to make sure we're paying attention to that. All right. Bench number 2 for Thomas is 70 kilos. Very nice. Good job. Unfortunately, that is still a no lift. Check with your side judges. Sometimes those side judges, your butt cannot come off the bench. So if your butt comes off the bench or if your feet slide, that would be categorized as a no lift. So you do have to just make sure you talk with your side judges to make sure you can see what the red lights were for. There is always a learning opportunity. That is what our judges are for. All right, bar is loaded for Micah Forrest. He's coming out to do a bench number 2 for 75 kilos. All right, everybody's ready. There you go, Micah. Beautiful job, Micah. Judges say 3 white lights. Good job. Jonathan's coming up next for his second attempt. He is doing 75 kilos. Jonathan weighs 74 kilos, so he is 1 kilo over his body weight that he is going to be pressing up against his face. All right, Jonathan, let's see it. Let's see it. All right, we're getting that lift off. His elbows are, there you go. Very nice. Good job, Jonathan. 3 white lights. All right, our last of these second bench attempts is Jaden, and he is doing his second bench as 90 kilos. So just to give you a perspective, Jaden weighs 74 kilos, which is 162 pounds, and he is benching 90 kilos. So he weighs 162 pounds, but he is benching 198. That is amazing. He's benching about 36 pounds over his body weight. His body weight plus 36 pounds. He's getting himself ready. Every athlete has their own ritual to get himself or herself ready. This is some heavy weight, so we do want to make sure our mind is set, our body is set. Very nice. Look at that. That was beautiful. All right, Jaden, you got 3 white lights. Let's see what he's going to do next. We might even see a 200-pound bench. This is awesome. All righty, we are back up at the top for Cheryl. She's doing a 30-kilo bench for her last attempt. All righty, Miss Cheryl's coming out. She is confident. She's like, I've got this. And she does. Let's go, Miss Cheryl. There you go, Miss Cheryl. Thank you to our spotters and loaders. They saw that it was going back down. So they are there for our athletes' safety. But that was a really good job, Miss Cheryl. That is all right. You still did a great job. We are moving on to Miss Vanessa Pinkerton. Bench number 3, her third attempt is going to be 35 kilos. She is ready to go. I love her headband, by the way. It matches her singlet so perfectly. I am very much about matching. I love it. Beautiful. Press, 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 press. Go, Vanessa. Come on, Vanessa. Beautiful. Good job. That was an amazing grind. And judges say 3 white dots. Alrighty. Miss Pepper is kicking off the third bench of our first flight C with 57.5 kilos. She has done a great job so far. Alrighty, this is her third attempt. Alrighty, Miss Pepper. She's got this. Strong legs. Strong arms. Very nice. Perfect, Miss Pepper. Good job. Judges say 2 white lights. That is a good lift. Check with your side judge to see why you got that red light. But other than that, you did a great job. All right, John is next with 62.5 kilos. This is for his third attempt. He is ready to go. He is about to walk out. He is getting himself hyped. He knows he can do it. He is ready. Let's go. Let's go, John. 62.5 kilos on the bar. Very nice, John. Judges say 3 white lights. Good job. All right, we are moving on to Thomas. So Thomas has missed his last 2 benches. So he's decided he went from 65 to 70. So now he's doing an 80-kilo bench 3. Remember, if you miss your lift, You cannot go back down a weight. You can only do the same weight or go up. Most athletes who miss it just because they miss a command will go up in weight because they know they can do the weight. They just weren't, listening to the command. So Thomas is going from 65 to 80. He's got this. He's just got to listen for those commands. All right, Thomas. All righty. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Two things. One, he just ended up not being able to complete the lift. And the second thing, he did not wait for that press command. So remember, for bench, there are 3 commands: start, press, and rack. As I always tell everybody, just let those spotters and loaders do the rack for you. Just makes your life easier so you don't have to listen, but they will move the weight back to the rack once the head judge gives them the command to. All right, Jonathan Humes, he's coming out for his 3rd attempt, which is 82.5 kilos. Very nice. Beautiful. If you'll notice, some of the athletes here will do a closer grip. Some athletes will do a wider grip. It all just depends on the athlete. Most athletes will do a wider grip. You just have a little bit more stability with that. Closer grip, you're going to be working more your triceps, but you do want for the bench to have chest and tris and back. So the wider your grip can go, the further down and up. The closer grip, you kind of have to go further down on your chest. So the wider grip just gives you a little bit more of a better bar path, in my opinion. Alrighty, Micah Forrest, he's coming out for his last attempt. It is 87.5 kilos. He weighs 74 kilos, so he's above his body weight. Come on, Micah, come on. All right, thank you to our spotters and loaders. They caught that. He shook his head, but that is okay. He did an amazing job. He had great other benches. And remember, that third bench should always be something kind of a Hail Mary. You just want that bench, that third attempt. It's your last attempt of the day, so you might as well go for it. All right, we've got Jaden coming. He is going to attempt for his third 100 kilos. So 100 kilos is 220 pounds. Mind you, Jaden weighs 165. So here he comes, 100 kilos on the bar. He has done an amazing job with his bench. There you go, Jaden. Come on, come on, come on. All right. Unfortunately, that is a no lift, but that is okay. He's done an amazing job. He got that 90 kilo. Sometimes you just can't get it, but that's what our spotters and loaders are for. He did such a great job. All right. So now we are moving on to session 2, flight D. We are starting with Daniel, and we are starting at 37.5 kilos. The way that the flights work is that we are trying to keep certain weights within the same amount so that our spotters and loaders are not continually taking a bunch of weight off just to put a little bit of weight on. So the way that these work is that we're trying to get their first attempts relatively in the same area so that we can just add the weight until we go back up to the first one. So let's say we had an athlete who started at 30. We would not want an athlete who starts at 100 to be in the same amount unless we only had one flight. So this flight has been really good about, spreading it out, keeping the weights relatively the same. Here comes Daniel, 37.5 kilos. Getting his feet situated. You want to make sure you have good leg drive with bench. Some people think bench is just your arms, but if you want a really good bench, you want to make sure you have that good leg drive. Alrighty, here comes Daniel. Perfect, Daniel. Good job. Judges say 3 white lights. Good job, Daniel. We are moving on to Scott Rogers. He is the same weight, but we've got the bar loaded. He is ready to go. Alrighty. Let's see it, Scott. Very nice. Judges say 3 white lights. So you'll see in the corner there is a timer. You just want to make sure that your athlete is on the platform and ready before the timer goes out. So that every athlete has 1 minute to start their attempt. So let's say that their athlete ritual takes 55 seconds. That's totally fine as long as they take the bar off the rack within that 5 seconds. If they don't, then unfortunately that does count as a no lift. So we've got Shay Decker, same weight, 37.5 kilos on the bar. Beautiful job, Shay. Our next athlete is Caden. We are jumping from 37 to 42.5 on the bar. What the spotters and loaders are doing also is we are making sure that the rack is the right combo. We don't want the rack too high, that the athlete can't get the bar off the rack. And we also want to make sure our safeties are correct for our specific athletes. We don't want our safety bars to be too high because then the athlete will end up hitting it and it'll become a no lift. And we don't want it too low that if heaven forbid the athlete could not get the bar up, we want to make sure that the safeties can protect their face and their chest, etc. So Caden's getting ready. He's getting himself situated. Hands in the right place. Very nice. Beautiful job, Caden. Judges say 3 white dots. Man, these athletes and their white dots, they're doing such a great job. All right, we've got Brian who's coming out. We are jumping from 42 to 60 kilos. So his first bench attempt is going to be 60 kilos. Had to drink protein shake. Got to get that protein in. Alrighty. Brian's got 60 kilos on the bar for his first attempt. Perfect. Beautiful, Brian. That was beautiful. All right, judges say 3 white lights. Amazing. All right, so for the next 3 athletes, we are going to be staying at 60 kilos. So Devin Church is going to also be doing 60 kilos, Reese Williams, and Andrew. So we are going to be staying at 60 kilos for right now for the next 4 athletes, which makes it easier on our spotters and loaders. Not a bad thing. And it's cool to see different weight classes doing the same weight. Alrighty, a man after my own heart. Like I said, I love to match. I love his whole red outfit and his shoes matching. He's getting himself set up. Beautiful. Very nice, Devin. And judges say 2 white lights. So he got the lift. Just check with your head judge to make sure that you know what that red light was for. And it's always good to check with your judges. There's no harm in checking with your judges. You just want to make sure you know for the next time. You do have 2 more attempts. So if you are unsure about what you got the red light for, always check with your judges. Alrighty, Reese Williams, 60 kilos also. Let's see, he's getting set up again. He does have the wrist wraps on. This protects his wrist. He is moving some heavy weights. We've got to make sure we are protecting our wrist. Here he goes. That was some good, powerful pressing right there, Mr. Reese. All right. 3 white lights. Good job. Our last athlete of Flight D for our first bench is Andrew, and then we'll start back up again with Daniel with 45 kilos. So here comes Andrew out. He is getting himself hyped. He is ready to go. We also have to shout out our family members. All of our family members are such amazing people, huge supporters. Powerlifting is a sport where you can't do it without support from your family, from your coaches, friends. That's why I love this sport. Alrighty, here we go, Andrew. Good job, Andrew. That was beautiful. 60 kilos. That was the 3 white lights. So we are back at the top for session 2, Flight D. We are starting back up again with Shay Decker. If you'll notice that the names can change where their placement on where they go, that is because we are doing it based off of the weight that they are lifting. So Shay is above Daniel now because Shay is doing 42.5 and Daniel is doing 45. So we just want to make it easy on our spotters and loaders to be able to add more weight to it rather than having to take on and off. So Shay's coming out. He's got 42.5 kilos on the bar. He is ready to go. He knows he's about to kill this. He is also wearing wrist wraps. Wrist wraps are not a requirement for bench, by the way. Beautiful. Awesome, Shay. And judges say? Pretty sure that was 3 white lights. Yep, 3 white lights. Beautiful job. All right, we're moving on to Daniel. He's got 45 kilos on the bar. We've got our spotters and loaders trying to make sure that the bar is ready to go. We don't want those weights jiggling on the bar. That's never fun for an athlete. It can make you kind of feel uneven. So here he comes. He is ready to go. He's got 45 kilos on the bar. I can hear the cheerleaders in the other room. They are going to town. Beautiful, Daniel. That was an amazing bench. Our judges say 3 white lights. That was great. All right, Caden is next. Caden's got 47.5 kilos on the bar. I know we're doing a live for powerlifting, but there is also a live for the cheerleading for the Special Olympics that is right across the hall. We can hear the music from in there, so I am just jamming out to that. Here comes Caden out. 47.5 kilos on the bar. He's getting himself ready. Every athlete has their own ritual. And it just gets their mind right, their body right, gets them ready. Especially if you do it in practice, you should 100% do it in meets. Keep it consistent. Beautiful. Good job, Caden. All right, we've got Scott Rogers next. He is also doing 42.5 kilos. All right, after Scott, we've got Brian, then Devin, Andrew, and Reese. All righty, Scott's coming out. He is ready. He is about to dominate this bench. Beautiful. Good job, Scott. That is 3 white lights. All righty. Brian Rembert is next, 62.5 kilos. Thank you to our spotters and loaders for loading up the bar, making sure that our athletes are ready to go. All righty. Brian is next. He's coming up to the bar. He's getting himself ready. Nice liftoff. Good job. All right, Brian, your judges gave you 3 white dots. Beautiful. We are moving on to Devin Church, 65 kilos. Then we'll have Andrew, and then Reese is in the hole. All righty. Devin's coming out, 65 kilos. Just to point out that Devin weighs 59 kilos, so he is doing his body weight plus some. Getting his chest in there, making sure his lats are good to go, making sure his arms are in the right place. All righty, Devin. Beautiful. All righty. Thank you for our spotters and lifters. We're just making sure our athlete is okay. That's all right, Devin. You did a good job, though, for your other ones. All right. Andrew is next. We're going to stay at 65 kilos. And we're going to Andrew next. That is why we have our spotters and loaders. They just keep our athletes safe, which is the most important thing. All right. Andrew's getting ready. 65 kilos. Getting him situated, making sure that his eyes are lining up with the bar. This is going to make him easier to bring that bar over his chest. Good job, Andrew. 65 kilos, and the judges say 3 white lights. All righty. We are finishing off this bench attempt number 2 with 72.5 kilos for Reese Williams. Once Reese has completed his lift, we will flip back up to the last attempts of bench, which will be with Shay Decker starting at 50 kilos. So our last of second attempts for bench is with Reese Williams. He's coming out and he's doing 72.5 kilos. 72.5 is about 159 pounds. Alrighty. He's set. Very nice. Good job, Reese. We did it. Alrighty, we are starting back over with our session 2 flight D. We are starting back up with Shay Decker. His final attempt on bench is going to be 50 kilos. So remember, these final attempts are going to be really hard. That's what they're meant to be. Some athletes use these at a Hail Mary. Sometimes we'll see some little jumps for our third attempts, and sometimes we'll see some hefty jumps. It all just depends on the athlete and the coach. That is what our coaches are for. Give us advice. Some of us listen to them, some of us don't. Just depends. Alrighty, Shay Decker's got 50 kilos on the bar. Alrighty, Shay. Good job. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. He did not get it all the way down to his chest. So again, in order to get that press command, you do need that bar to touch your chest. Wait for the press command and then come up. So he did go down, didn't get it far enough down, went back up, went back down. But that's okay. Third attempts are always harder. So next up is Caden. He's coming to do his third attempt with 52.5 kilos on the bar. He is ready to go. He's got this. He knows it. He's getting himself ready. Beautiful job, Caden. And our judges say 3 white dots. Alrighty, our next athlete is Daniel. He's going to be doing the same weight. Bar is loaded and ready for Daniel. He's coming out 52.5 kilos on the bar. Remember, athletes are able to wear wrist wraps. It is not required, but it is good for the safety of your wrist just to keep them protected. Same way that we wear our deadlift socks for deadlifting. Alrighty. Daniel's getting started. Very nice. Good job, Daniel. Alrighty, that was a great third attempt. 2 white dots. Check with your side judge. However, that was still a good lift. Alrighty, Scott Rogers is coming out. 55 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded and ready for Scott. He is ready to go. He is ready to crush this third attempt. Good job, Scott. And judges say 3 white dots. Alrighty. We are moving on to Brian. He is going to be coming out and doing a 65 kilo bench. Thank you to our spotters and loaders for being super quick, making this meet go by smoothly. That is what our spotters and loaders are also here for, to help us keep us and help us go smoothly, moving those weights quickly and making sure our athletes are good to go. Alrighty, Brian's getting set up and ready for his third attempt. There you go, Brian. Beautiful. Alrighty, judges say 3 white dots. Good job, Brian. All right, we're moving on over to Devin Church. He is ending his bench with 67.5 kilos. He is ready for this. He's got this. Alrighty, Devin's getting set up. This is his last bench attempt. He is going for 67.5 kilos. Remember, if you miss your second attempt or even your first attempt, you are able to go up in weight. You just can't go down. So you'd either have to do the same weight or you have to go up in weight. Most athletes will either do, depending on what the reason behind them not getting that second attempt. If it's just a command issue, they'll usually go up in weight. There's Devin. There you go. Come on, Devin. Push, 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 push. Alrighty. Thank you to our spotters and loaders. That is all right. He did an amazing job, though. We are moving on over to Andrew. He is going to end his bench with 72.5 kilos on the bar. He is ready to go. He is loving his coach. His coach is like, you've got this. This is why we have coaches. Coaches make the world go round. They're the reason that our athletes are able to do anything. They encourage us and they make sure we're doing the right thing and make sure we know the commands. So we've got some really good coaches. Alrighty. Andrew is attempting at 72.5 kilos, oh my goodness, kilos on the bar for his last bench. There we go. Good job, Andrew. Woo. Alrighty. That was a really good attempt. Unfortunately, that was a no lift. He started going off the side. We just want to make sure we're controlling that bench, but he did a really good job. All right, our last bench of the day for session 2, flight D, is going to be for Reese Williams. He's going to do 82.5 kilos on the bar. That is just under his body weight. He is doing a great job. He will be ending our bench for today. Alrighty. Getting his lats set, head set. Good job, Reese. Go, go, go. Very nice, Reese. And judges say 3 white dots. Good job, Reese. That was a great ending to our bench third attempts. What we're going to be doing now is we're going to take a quick break, probably 5 or 6 minutes, just so that we can get set up for deadlifts. These will be the last lifts of the day. So we will start up with session 2, flight C will be Cheryl Weiss with 35 kilos on the bar. For deadlifts, you will have one command, and it's just the down command. So we're going to start in just a couple minutes after we get that set up. Alrighty, we are getting ready to start our deadlifts. We will be starting with Cheryl Weiss deadlift, starting at 35 kilos. And this is our last lifts of the day. So we will be starting with deadlift 1, Cheryl Weiss, session 2, flight C, 35 kilos. She'll be coming out. Our judges are set. We're just waiting for the bar to be loaded. Wow, my head looks really big on the screen. That's unfortunate. All right, here we go. We're starting up again. Bar is loaded for Cheryl Weiss. 35 kilos on the bar. Let's see. She's coming on out. For the deadlift, you must wear deadlift socks. It's just to protect your shins from the bar. You don't want the bar rubbing up on your shins, which is what our deadlift socks are for. For the deadlift, you are also allowed to use chalk just to kind of get a better grip on the bar. However, you are not allowed to use any tacky or straps. Here goes Miss Cheryl. Very nice. Good job, Miss Cheryl. Judges say 3 white lights. Remember, for the deadlift, there is only one command. So it is down. You can start the deadlift whenever you would like to. You just have to wait for that down command. All right, our next deadlift up is going to be Vanessa. We are jumping to 70 kilos. And Miss Vanessa weighs 63 kilos, so she is lifting about 7 kilos above her weight, which is great. All right, she's coming out. She's got her no wasted workouts belt on, which I think is so cool. There we go. She got that down command. Judges say 3 white dots. Alrighty. We are going next on to John. He is going to be opening up with 80 kilos on the bar. Remember, your opener should be something you know you can definitely do. Your second attempt should be a little bit higher than that. And your third attempt should be somewhat of a Hail Mary depending on who the athlete is. But your first attempt should definitely be something that you can definitely do. It just gets you in the door. Your second and third are definitely what keeps you in the door. Alrighty, John's going. He is skipping on up there because he is ready to go. 80 kilos on the bar for John. There he goes. Nice pull, John. Alrighty, judges say 3 white lights. Alright, we're moving on over to Thomas Beckman. He's opening up with 85 kilos on the deadlift. For the deadlift, most athletes are going to do at least their body weight or some more of that. It just kind of depends on the athlete, but most athletes do have a bigger deadlift. Unfortunately, my deadlift is not bigger than my squat, which I think would be cool, but that is okay. Alrighty, deadlift number 1 for Thomas Beckman is coming out. He's got 85 kilos on the bar. He is doing cross grip. Very nice. Good job, Thomas. So for deadlift, you have 2 options. You can either do conventional or sumo. So what Thomas just did was sumo. That just means that your legs are wider and then your hands are on the inside of your legs. Conventional is when your legs are the same length as you're about shoulder width apart, and the arms are around the legs, so outside of the legs. It just depends on the athlete. Every athlete is different. So as we can see, Jonathan's doing conventional, a beautiful conventional, and down. He took that 85 kilos and ripped that weight up. 3 white lights. We've got Miss Pepper next. She's going to open with 90 kilos. Alrighty, here she comes. She's got this. Very nice. Good job, Miss Pepper. Alrighty. We are moving to Micah Forrest. We are jumping from 90 kilos to 135 kilos. Alrighty, Micah. 135 kilos on the bar for you. 135 kilos is just under 300 pounds. So he's got 297 pounds on the bar. And Micah weighs 162 pounds. Alrighty, Micah. 135 kilos on the bar for you. There you go, Micah. Very nice. Good job, Micah. Alrighty. We are moving on to Jaden Morton. He is opening with 165 kilos. 165 kilos is 363 pounds. So he is opening up with 363 pounds. And he is hyped in the back. He is ready to go. He's got this. He's like, this is my opening attempt. He is ready to go. He is warmed up. All right, Jaden, let's go. He is running up to the bar. He's going to dominate this. Go, Jaden. Very nice. All righty. Judges say three white dots. All righty. We are back up at the top with Session 2 Flight C with Cheryl Weiss. She has got her second attempt set at 60 kilos. Thank you to our spotters and loaders for getting all this done. They are being efficient and quick so that our athletes do not have to wait. Alrighty, bar is loaded for Cheryl Weiss. Session 2 Flight C is starting up again with their second attempts. Miss Cheryl is coming out for 60 kilos on the deadlift bar. She is getting her feet ready. Alrighty. Very nice, Miss Cheryl. Nice chest up. Alrighty. So unfortunately that is a no lift due to her dropping the weight. So you can't drop the weight. You must have contact with the bar the entire time until it gets down back onto the platform. So she does get 2 red lights for that, 1 white light for completing the lift, but unfortunately it is a no lift. Your hands must hold onto the bar the entire time. So we are moving on to Miss Vanessa. We are starting her second attempts with 77.5 kilos on the bar for her. Alrighty. Bar is loaded for Miss Vanessa. 77.5 kilos on the bar. Very beautiful second attempt by Miss Vanessa. Very nice. All right, 3 white lights for Miss Vanessa. We are moving on up. We are going to John. We are moving on up to 92.5 kilos for Mr. John. Thank you to our spotters and loaders again. And of course, shout out to our coaches. Our coaches is what makes powerlifting so much fun. Pep talks, all the eating, all the training. We couldn't do that without our coaches. Alrighty, here comes John running on up to the platform. He is ready to go. He knows that this is his. Very nice, John. And judges say 2 white lights. Beautiful. 2 white lights is still a good lift. However, I would check with your side judge just to see what that red light was for. Sometimes that red light can be either soft knees. It can be that your shoulders weren't back. There's a multitude of things that it could be for the deadlift. So we are moving on to Mr. Thomas. He is doing his second attempt at 95 kilos. All right. Bar is loaded for Thomas. He's doing 95 kilos for his second attempt. He is ready to go. Very nice, Thomas. Judges say 3 white lights. Alrighty. We are moving on to Miss Pepper. She is opening up, or she is starting her second attempt at 100 kilos. Oh, sorry. We're doing Jonathan. Jonathan's doing his second attempt at 95 kilos. He is getting himself set up. He is ready to go. Beautiful. Very nice. Awesome. Good job. He has got that second attempt. All right, now we are moving on to Miss Pepper, opening her second attempt up with 100 kilos. So just to give you a perspective, 100 kilos is 220 pounds. Alrighty, here she comes. Miss Pepper is ready to go. She is getting her feet situated. Beautiful. Good job, Miss Pepper. And judges say 3 white dots. All right, Mr. Micah's second attempt is going to be 150 kilos. 150 kilos is 330 pounds. So he went from 135 kilos to 150 for his second attempt. For the deadlift, remember you do need to make sure that your hands are in contact with the bar the entire time, from when you pick up the bar to when it goes to the ground. That way it will be counted as a good attempt. All right, Micah's coming out. He is ready for his second attempt. All right, he is getting ready. Very nice, Micah. All righty, and judges say 3 white lights. All right, we are jumping to 172.5 kilos, which is about 379 pounds. He's got about 378 pounds on the bar. He is ready to go. Bar is loaded for Jaden. He is ready. He is telling the crowd to get hyped. He is saying he's got this. This is his second attempt. He's got this. He is getting ready, getting set, making sure his grip is there. Very nice. Alrighty. Very good job, Jaden. And coaches say 3 light lights. All right. We are back at the top for our final deadlifts for session 2, flight C. We are back up to Cheryl Weiss, 60 kilos on the bar. This is her last attempt of the day. Alrighty. Bar is loaded and ready for Miss Cheryl for her 3rd attempt for the deadlift. This is her last attempt of the day. Miss Cheryl has 60 kilos on the bar. She just needs to make sure she keeps her hands on the bar. So she did a great job with her 2nd deadlift. The only thing is she did let go and let the bar drop. So she just got to make sure she keeps her hands on the bar. Go, go, go. Very nice. Hold, hold, hold. Good job, Miss Cheryl. That was amazing. She got 3 white lights. That was great. Alrighty. The next attempt is going to be by Vanessa. She's doing 82.5 kilos on the bar. Then we've got Pepper next, and then Jonathan on deck. Alrighty, bar is loaded for Vanessa. She is starting her 3rd attempt with 82.5 kilos on the bar. There she goes. Lock out, lock out. Beautiful. Alrighty, and judges say 3 white dots. All right. Next up, for her last deadlift and final deadlift of the day, Pepper Bird. She is going to be ending her deadlift with 105 kilos. She is ready to go. Bar is loaded for Miss Pepper. She is ready to go. She's got this. She's got this in the bag. Her first 2 attempts were so great. Remember, for the deadlift, you only have one command, the down command. So you can start whenever you would like to, but you do have to wait for that down command. Here she goes. Lock it out. Awesome. Perfect. Judges say 3 white lights. All right, we are staying with 105 kilos for Jonathan. All right, Jonathan's ready. Nice, Jonathan. That's good. Judges say 3 white lights. All right, we are moving on up to John, and we are moving to 107.5 kilos on the bar. He is ready to go. He is excited. All right, bar is loaded for John. He is ready. He is hyped. Go, 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 go. Come on, John. All righty. Unfortunately, that was a no lift. He did not lock out, but that is all right. We are moving on to Thomas. He is ending his deadlifts with 110 kilos on the bar. All right, bar is loaded for Thomas. He is hyped. He is ready to go. 110 kilos on the bar. Very nice. And you got the down command. Judges say 3 white dots. All right, Micah Forrest. These are our last 2 deadlifts for session 2, flight C. Micah Forrest is ending his deadlifts with 175 kilos on the bar. Alrighty, bar is loaded for Micah. He's got 175 kilos on the bar. 175 kilos into pounds is 385. So he's got 385 pounds on the bar at 74 kilos. His body weight is 74 kilos. There he goes. There he goes. Lock out, lock out, lock out. He's got that down command. Good job, Micah. Judges say 3 white dots. Very nice. Alrighty, our last deadlift for session 2 flight C is going to be ending with Jaden Morton. He has put up there for his last deadlift 177.5 kilos, which is 390.5 pounds. He is ready to go. He's telling the crowd to get hyped. He wants them just as hyped as he is. He is good to go. All right, Jaden. Come on, come on. Lock it out, lock it out, lock it out, lock it out, lock it out. Nice job, Jaden. And 3 white dots. Nice job. All right, we are moving on to session 2, flight D. This will be our last session and last flight of the day. So we have Daniel coming out to deadlift 57.5 kilos for his first attempt. Spotters and loaders are getting that all set up and ready. These are our last attempts and last deadlifts of the day. We will do awards after this, and then we will have another session tomorrow, starting at 9 again, for another group of athletes. So this will be our last flight and last session of the day for today. Here comes Daniel. He's coming out, 57.5 kilos on the bar. Beautiful job, Daniel. Awesome. And 3 white lights. Lots of athletes will look up to get their body to grind up. For some athletes, it's easier for them to look down. For most athletes, it's better for them to look up. So that way they are kind of moving their body up with them. All right, we are staying at 57.5 for Shay Decker. Beautiful. Hips. Lockout. Nice. All right, Shay. Judges say 3 white lights. We are moving on up to 75 kilos for Scott Rogers. All right, bar is loaded for Scott Rogers. He's got 75 kilos on the bar. He is ready to go. He's about to dominate this deadlift. This is our first attempts, by the way. First attempts for session 2, flight D. There you go. Very nice. Good lockout. All right, Scott, judges say 3 white lights. Beautiful job. We are moving on to Caden. He's got 80 kilos on the bar. Then we will go to Devin, and then in the hole is Reese Williams. Alrighty, bar is loaded for Caden. 80 kilos on the bar, just 3 kilos under his weight, his body weight. And these are openers, so we'll have deadlift 2 and deadlift 3 after this. Alrighty, here Caden goes. Beautiful lockout, down command. Judges say 3 white lights. So we are staying at 80 kilos for Devin Church. Bar is loaded. Devin's coming out for his 80 kilo deadlift. These are first attempts. Beautiful job. Judges say 3 white lights. We are moving on to Reese Williams with 85 kilos. Then we'll have Brian and Andrew lifting 100 kilos as their first attempts. All right, bar is loaded for Reese. 85 kilos on the bar. All right, Reese. Beautiful job, Reese. All right, we've got 100 kilos coming onto the bar for Brian Rembart. And then our last deadlift for session 2, flight D, first deadlift will be Andrew. So here we've got Brian. He's coming out for a 100 kilo deadlift for his first attempt. All righty. He is getting himself ready, getting everything situated. Beautiful job, Brian. Judges say 3 white lights. All right, we are moving on same weight, but it is going to be for Andrew, 100 kilos as his opener. Once Andrew has completed his lift, we will move back up for session 2, flight D for second attempts for Daniel Serta. He will be our second attempt starter. Very nice, Andrew. Beautiful job. All right, we are moving back up to Daniel Serta. We are starting deadlifts, the second attempt of deadlifts at 62.5 kilos. We'll move on to Shay after that, and then after Shay has completed his lift, we will move on to Scott Rogers. So Scott is in the hole. Shay is next after Daniel. All right, bar is loaded for Daniel. He is ready for this second attempt deadlift. All righty. Very nice, Daniel. Judges say 3 white lights. We are moving on to Shay Decker, same weight, 62.5 kilos. Is loaded for Scott Rogers, 80 kilograms on the bar. He is ready to go. All right. Nice job, Scott. Judges say 3 white lights. All right, we're moving on up. Devin Church's got 92.5 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Devin. His second attempt is 92.5 kilos. Good job, Devin. Judges say 3 white lights. Remember, for the deadlift, you cannot hip hinge, you cannot, or sorry, not hip hinge, you cannot hitch above your leg. So if you are having a hard time getting it up, it does need to be a smooth pickup. So it can't like hitch on your thighs or on your knees to get it up. This is powerlifting, so it does need to be smooth. For a strongman, you can hitch. So there's a little bit of a difference there. Um, but all of our athletes have done a really good job about making these deadlifts super smooth. We've got Caden. He's got 95 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. Beautiful job. Judges say 2 white dots, which is still a good lift, but make sure you check with your side judges just to make sure that you know why you got that red dot. There is always room for improvement, so it's always good to check with your side judges. We've got Reese Williams on the platform. He is doing 95 kilos also. Very nice. Good job, Reese. Did it say 3 white lights? All right, we are moving on to Brian Rembart. His second attempt is going to be 102.5 kilos. He is ready to go. Get a little pep talk from his coach. Pep talks are amazing. We love pep talks. All righty. After Brian, we have Andrew, who will be lifting 107.5 kilos. All right, Brian. I feel like I do some ASMR on here. Listen to my nails. All right, Brian. 102 kilos on a bar. Pull, 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 pull. All right, Brian, let's see. Judges say, unfortunately, that is a no lift. He did lose grip there a little bit. So that is counted as a no lift because it did shift down. So remember, this does need to be one lift up and then hold, get that down command. You need to make sure that your grip is intact or they will count that as a no lift. We've got Andrew coming out to do 107.5 kilos on the bar. He is ready to go. He's got his chalk on. He is good. There you go. Beautiful job, Andrew. 3 white lights from the judges. We are moving back up for our session 2 flight D. We are moving back up to Daniel Serta. He is going to end his deadlifts. For his third attempt, he will have 70 kilos on the bar. Now, just a reminder, these are our last deadlifts of the day. Alrighty, in just a moment, we will be starting our third attempts for our last session of today. Bar is loaded for Daniel Serta. This is his last attempt for today. His deadlift 3 is 70 kilos. He is ready to go. Very nice. Judges say 3 white lights. We are moving on. Same weight for Shay Decker, 70 kilos. Coach is getting him set up. And here we go. Very nice, Shay. And 3 white lights. We are moving up for Scott Rogers. We are moving on to 95 kilos for his third attempt. So remember, these are our last attempts for deadlifts for this session. There will be another session tomorrow for different athletes. So tune in for that. We'll have Jen Thompson and Johan Glifson here. We'll be doing the 3 of us for tomorrow's session. All right, bar is loaded for Scott Rogers. We have 90 kilos on the bar. 95, my apologies. 95 kilos on the bar for Scott Rogers. He is ready to go. Nice. Pull, pull, pull. Lock out. Beautiful. Good job. All right. Judges say 3 white lights. All right. Caden, his last attempt for deadlift is going to be 97.5 kilos. All righty. Bar is ready for Caden. He's doing 97.5 kilos. There you go. Lock it out. Good job, Caden. Alrighty. Our judges say 3 white lights. Beautiful job, Caden. We are sticking with the same weight for our third attempt for Devin. He is coming out. This is his third attempt for the day. Bar is loaded and he is ready to go. I love the all red outfit. I am all about matching my singlet to my shirt, matching my socks to my shirt. I like the way this man thinks. All right, 97.5 kilos on the bar for Mr. Devin Church. And up. Beautiful. And verdict says 3 white lights. We are moving on to 102.5 kilos for Brian Rembart. Remember, you are allowed to do the attempt over again. So you can either do the same weight or you can go up in weight. It all just depends on the athlete and the coach and what is decided when they go to choose their weights again. So Brian is coming up for his 102.5 deadlift. Sounds like a radio station. He's getting set up. These are our final attempts. We are down to our last 3 deadlift attempts for the day, which means we are down to our last 3 athletes of the day. There you go. Lock it out. Good job, Brian. All righty, judges say 3 white dots. Let's go. All right, we are down to our 2 final athletes of the day. This is our final 2 attempts, okay? We are got Reese Williams with 110 kilos and then Andrew with 115 kilos. Sorry, I was trying to read it. All righty. Reese is coming out with 110 kilos on the bar for his final attempt in his deadlifts. These are our last 2 deadlifts of the day. 110 kilos is about 242 pounds. Very nice. And judges say 3 white lights. For our last deadlift of the day for session 2 flight D. This is our last session, our last deadlift of the day. Our athlete Andrew is coming out to do 253 pounds on the deadlift. This is our last athlete of the day. All right. Our spotters and loaders are getting it set. The bar is loaded. Our final athlete of the day, Andrew's coming out. 115 kilos on the bar. He is ready to go. All right, coach is getting it set up. All right, here we go. Final pull of the day. Very nice. Locked it out. Good job, Andrew. And 3 white lights for Andrew for our last athlete of the day. So that is the completion of session 1 or day 1. That was session 1 and 2, flights A through D. We will have a second day tomorrow that will start at 9 o'clock with other athletes. If you'd like to tune in, same live stream. We'll have Jen Thompson here and Johan and myself. And thank you very much for our spotters, loaders, coaches, family. Thank you very much for coming in.